Chapter 1. The glass shattered against the wall. Several large men stood between the two angry women. Their insults canceled each other out. Pride on the line, they didn't care about the other patrons' curious looks or the whispers behind their hands. It was the same storyline, one that has existed since the dawn of time. Two women blaming each other for their broken hearts instead of the man that caused the damage. Mia shook her head as the women attempted to wiggle themselves free, hurling glasses, cutlery, wigs, and whatever else they could grab. She scoffed at the men that gawked at their exposed breasts and bottoms, chastising the supposed friends who were watching with slick smiles on their faces. They were a part of the plot, pawns used in the setup. They were just as guilty as the man. Numbers ran through her mind about the size of the paychecks they would receive. The show, Basketball Wives of Whatever City, was the perfect encapsulation of society. People having no regard for their relationships or themselves and fighting over things that really weren't worthy of their time or effort. This is why I'm single. Turning the TV off, she stripped out of her clothes and performed her favorite yoga poses. After starting a pot of coffee, she turned on the radio and hopped in the shower. While washing her hair, she thought about all the reasons why being single was a benefit. 1. Don't have to worry about getting a STD. 2. Increased focus. Don't have to worry about what the guy is doing behind my back. 3. Don't have to stroke a man's ego. 4. No relationship weight. 5. My place stays clean. 6. I don't have to pretend to like his friends and family. 7. No stupid arguments. 8. Less likely to get sick with a cold or flu. She continued listing reasons until the water ran cold. She listed reasons as she brushed her teeth, bits of toothpaste splattering the mirror each time she came up with one that touched her core. The exercise continued until she poured herself a cup of coffee. The warm liquid helped to remind her of all the things she had to be grateful for, one of which was that she didn't have to deal with all the woes that came with men and a relationship. Her mother, Anita, called while she was doing her hair. She held her hair in a bun. Up or down? Down, her mother said. You spent all that time growing it out. Flaunt it. Mia ran her fingers through her shoulder-length tresses, sliding her fingers down to the ends like the YouTubers she watched and then snipping. An inch of hair fell to the floor. Did you just... It's just split ends, she said with a laugh. Sometimes I think you think it's your hair. It is. I'm living vicariously through you. She picked her fro out, fluffing and shaping the sides. I could never do long hair, too much effort. I think you're just being lazy. Mia snipped another section. What's up? I know you're not calling just to watch me trim my hair. What is on the magnificent Anita Bishop's mind this glorious morning? Anita Bishop had always been a straight shooter. Anyone that had a relationship with her, business or personal, figured out quickly how to appreciate her blunt honesty, also how to ignore the offshoot comments. Her intentions always came from a good heart, only wanting to help. She was truly a rose. In order to admire her beauty, you had to withstand the thorns. Your father called. Mia didn't flinch. Okay, good to know he's still alive. He asked about you. He wants to know when he's going to see you. Mia had been making a concerted effort to avoid any contact with her father since his and her mother's relationship had ended. William Bishop was the epitome of what a man should be. He was strong, but still able to express his emotions. A hustler at heart, he was able to create and grow a business no matter what the economy was like. He wasn't greedy. He appreciated what he had, needing nothing more than the love of the women in his life. A man of his word, he delivered on every promise he made. Most important, he was loyal, or so she'd thought. I have no reason to see him. If he wants to talk, tell him to shoot me a text. Mia, I know you're upset with him. I'm not upset with him. I really don't care anymore. If you don't care, then why are you crying? Mia looked in the mirror. Her mother was right. A single tear marked her face. She wiped it quickly, sucking the rest into her throat and swallowing them. She gathered her hair into a bun and secured it with a Milton pin. I gotta go, Mommy. I'm running behind. I'll call you when I get out of court. Call your father. She threw the phone into her pillows before stomping to her closet. The hangers screeched across the bar as she searched for something to wear. Despite knowing that jurors responded better to color, she skipped over the red blazer. Yanking on a black dress caused the hanger to come with it. Her curses threatened to rip through the fabric. Air hissed through her teeth as she tapped her forehead. In the mirror, she saw the extent of the damage. She allowed voicemail to answer the call, ringing her phone. Tending the cut, she repeated her daily mantra. I am in control of my success. I determine the outcome of my circumstances. We will now begin closing remarks, the judge said. Ms. Bishop. Mia took a deep breath before standing. Her eyes scanned the faces of the jurors. Untrained in the art of hiding their emotions, she had no trouble in determining which ones were still on the fence. Standing, she held her target's gazes as she made her way around the table. Thank you, Your Honor. Her stride was smooth, cool. There was a smirk stuck in the corner of her mouth. I've spent the last few weeks trying to convince you of all the reasons why my client is a good man. I can see that there are more than a few of you that still don't believe me. You shouldn't. Her mentor, Milton Lent, had taught her the power of silence. That most people can't stand it. That it allowed their minds to wander to places that they'd buried long ago. Silence was the keeper of their long-forgotten secrets. This man, my client, his name doesn't matter. All you need to know is that he is everything you think he is. Liar, adulterer, womanizer. This man is a predator. Do not trust him around any women you care about. She removed the bandage on her forehead, receiving an audible gasp in response. A man was the cause of this. My own father. The audience gasped again. Her target's eyes were wide, their mouths agape. Her smirk grew into a grin. They were in the palm of her hands. The key to winning any case was to take the jurors on an emotional roller coaster. Another tip given by Milton. I found out he was cheating on my mother. I wear his mistakes just like my client's victims. He's an asshole. Language, Ms. Bishop, the judge said. His crimes leave emotional and physical scars. But that is all, Mia continued. He is a predator that hunts for vagina, not dollars. You want to lock him away for being a perv, we can do that at another trial, but as for this one, he is not guilty. The champagne cork tumbled across the floor. Cheers filled the offices as Mia opened the doors. Confetti rained down on her head as she walked through the wall of applause. The associates gave her high fives and back slaps, offering kind words, both with the intent of being noticed and getting on her good side. The bass in the music thumped through the walls, the vibrations causing the floors to shake. She lived for moments like these. Everybody. Milton Lent, the managing partner, was standing on a filing cabinet. His sharp whistle cut through the noise. The champ is here. Everyone began cheering again as she made her way toward him. I'll keep it short since I know you all have cases you need to prepare for. We all know about the streak. Behind him was a large white banner. Bright red letters spelled out her name. A manual scoreboard rested on the table beneath it. He slid an arm across her shoulders. Do you want to do the honors, or should I? You're my good luck charm, she said. He flipped the number on the right. 14 cases in a row. We all know it's not a competition, his eyes rolled, but I'm pretty damn sure that we have the best lawyer in the whole damn city. Like I said, we have cases that we should be working on, but today they can wait. There's cake and ice cream in the break room. After the cheering ended, he and Mia walked back to his office. Despite closing the door, the noise still found a way inside. Thanks for this, Bobby. I really appreciate it. She laughed as he pulled out a bottle of champagne. Accepting the cup he handed her, they clinked and she took a sip. After tossing his cup in the trash, he stared at her for a long while. Hasn't been that long, but it feels like it. You've come a long way. I still remember your first trial. Please don't. You froze. She pinched the bridge of her nose as she was tried to delete the memory. You don't have to remind me. I work so hard so that never happens again. Be glad it happened. That was the turning point of your career. Making his way to the other side of the desk, he sat on the edge, his eyes flowing over her face. He held her chin. His touch was soft as his thumb traced the shape of her jaw. "I'm proud of you. So proud. That means a lot to me." He opened his arms, wrapping them tightly around her as she stepped into them. "You're like the daughter I never had." "You have 3 daughters," she said with a laugh. "Yeah, but they're doctors. You're competitive like me. They want to save lives and make people better." She continued laughing after he released her. "You're set. You have someone to save you and get you out of trouble." His eyes shone at the epiphany. "I'm a lucky man. And don't you ever forget it." Finishing what was in her cup, Mia trashed it. "If that's all, I have a potential case that I need to check out. I have one more surprise for you." Milton reached across the desk and pulled the middle drawer open, pulling out a wrinkled envelope. Flattening it on his thigh, he held it out. "For your hard work." Taking it, she pulled the door open. "Thanks, boss. And I'm officially putting you on vacation for the next week. You need a break, and I know you won't take one unless I make you." His guffaw overpowered the music as he watched the joy drain from her face. "Don't worry. I do the same things for my other girls." His laugh deepened at her scowl. "I love you. Have an awesome vacation." The first 3 days of Mia's vacation had passed in a state somewhere between semi-consciousness and unconsciousness. Though she didn't want to admit it, she'd needed the break. Having worked up to 70 hours a week since the streak started, her mind and body took full advantage of the rest. The break also allowed her to take advantage of the self-care articles she liked to read. Steaming hot baths, steaming hot mugs of tea, hanging out in her leopard print snuggie, and filling her stomach with foods that her trainer assured her came from the devil himself were what her waking hours consisted of. Most satisfying of all was the gift of airplane mode. Her phone hadn't been so quiet since the day she'd gotten it. Deciding that it was time to resurface, she turned the silencer off. The calls and texts rushed at her like a tidal wave. Her mother's picture appeared on the screen. "Where the hell have you been?" "Hello to you too," Mia said with a huge smile. "I've been trying to call you for the past 3 days. I filed a missing persons report." A soft whirring appeared in the background. "Are you printing flyers?" "No." "Yes. You know how I get. I was worried." "I know, Mommy. I'm sorry. Milton made me take a week off. I turned off my phone." Mia meandered into the living room and filled her tea kettle. She nodded absent-mindedly as she listened. Turning on the TV, she was immediately taken by the handsome man that was speaking on screen. "Are you even listening to me?" Anita asked. "Yeah, of course." "Then you're okay with dark maple for your father's casket?" Mia choked on the water she was drinking. "What? Daddy's dead." "See, you weren't listening." As Anita continued on her soliloquy, Mia's attention returned to the man. The way his eyebrows raised made his pronounced chin all the more so. His eyes, pinched in the corners, showed a hint of disdain for the people staring up at him. When paired with the minuscule grin tucked in the corners of his mouth, it was easy to see his sense of superiority. He backed every word his lawyer spoke with a single nod. Mia, you're doing it again. You said you were thinking about cutting your hair shorter and dyeing it light brown," she said. Yeah. So what do you think?" He took a step. His aura forced everyone to take a step back. The reporter whose microphone he stole didn't protest. His, along with every one of his peers, mouth was pressed into a thin line, a combination of fear and admiration sealing it shut. The pause sucked the air out of their lungs. The right side of his mouth lifted. "Questions? Mom, I gotta call you back." Mia's blood began to rush as soon as she stepped into the office. She stood a little taller, a bit more confidence leaking into her steps. Mondays were usually the bloodiest days of the week. It was when dirt was pulled on the opposition, when the plan to use the opposition was drawn up. Today was different. Dropping off her purse and briefcase in her office, she swiped the newspaper off one of the associates' desks. "I'll bring it back," she said over her shoulder. Turning on her heels, she said, "Thank you, Bobby." Her added wink made the young man blush. She entered Milton's office without knocking. "I'll call you back. You're alive." They hugged. "I am. Thank you for forcing me to take the week off, by the way. I needed it more than I thought." Milton pulled out his dictaphone. Say that again. With a little more volume. She cleared her throat. Thank you, boss. Listening to it once, he screwed around with some of the knobs. One more time. With a little more life. She snatched it and laid the paper in the middle of the desk instead. You know who that is? He didn't look down. An asshole troublemaker that we're not taking on. If you need more of a description, he's the man that has fired our firm, not once but 3 times. One of those times firing me, personally. What was the first thing you ever taught me, Milton? She asked. Don't get emotional. I know. Then you won't argue when I say I want this case. Milton fell back into his chair. His chest deflated to half its volume. He ran his fingers through what remained of his graying hair. His buttons strained across his stomach each time he leaned back. I don't know, Mia. I'm not doubting your abilities, you know that, but the streak. Really? That's what you're worried about. I liked bragging about having the best lawyer in the whole city, he said with a smile. He smoothed his beard down and ran his fingers through his hair once more. I've been around you for a long time, so I know what denying you something you want does. She began bouncing and clapping her hands. Her ears itched to hear the magic words. Go ahead. Pressing the record button, she held the dictaphone out. Say that one more time. Her chuckle turned into a full-blown laugh after he snatched it out of her hand. Too soon to ask for a hug? Get out of my office. Back in her office, she wasted no time in Googling her newest client. She said his name as she typed it out. Let's see what you've been up to. She skimmed through the multitude of articles that raved about his genius and bravery, completely skipping over the ones that spoke of his charitable works. The thing that made her such an excellent attorney was her ability to find her client's dirt before the prosecution could. After 2 hours, her face was still attached to the screen. She answered the knock without looking up. What can I do for you, bossman? Lunch. Bring me back something. No tomatoes. No tomatoes, no onions, she said. Thank you. You're my favorite. Searching Google Images, she found a picture of Clifford from his younger days. The picture led back to an article that highlighted Clifford's childhood. The find pulled her in deeper as she hadn't yet found anything personal on the man other than his mishaps with women. It mentioned a few quotes about his mother, nothing on his father except him being the source of his name, Clifford being his father's middle name. In the end, she gathered that he'd had a tough childhood that served to be the source of his endless motivation. Great, he has mommy issues. Finding the article writer's number, she gave him a call. Luck was on her side as he still had the number Clifford had used to set up the interview. She dialed the first 6 numbers, deleting them a second later. She dialed them again on the office phone. This number has been disconnected. The raspberry she blew tickled her gums. Her breath made the screen fog as she returned to his website. She sent a quick email via their contact form before scouring the page for a phone number. When she couldn't find one, she searched for his assistant on Facebook. Millennials, she said, upon finding the girl's phone number. You are a millennial, Milton said, walking through the door. He set the bag in the middle of the desk before taking a seat. Double meat with cheese, no tomatoes, no onion. Mia's stomach growled. Grabbing a couple of fries, she stuffed them into her mouth as she typed a text. How's it going? About to see in a minute. She tossed him the phone. Met Cliff last night at the club, lost his number. He read her message to the girl. There's no way. The phone vibrated. Call. He read the number the assistant had sent back in disbelief, then pushed himself to his feet. You're not gonna watch me work my magic? Gotta work some magic on my own. They bumped fists. He scurried out of the room, choking on the fries he stole as he laughed. Mia picked her nails as she listened to the phone ring. Prepared to leave a message, she gasped when his deep, raspy voice seeped through the speaker. Hello. Hi. Is this Clifford Knight? This is he. With whom am I speaking? This is Mia Bishop from Lent Hendricks Law. This is gonna sound crazy, but I saw your press conference last week. I was wondering if you still had representation. A lengthy pause followed. Her nervousness grew. She glanced around the room, ensuring that he hadn't magically appeared. Tell me, Mrs. Bishop. Ms., I'm not married, she said. Ms. Bishop, how do you think I should feel about a lawyer calling me? I don't know much about how these things go, but shouldn't I be calling you? I was just curious about your situation. Catching a glimpse of her reflection restored her confidence. I believe in taking initiative. I'm not a sit-back-and-wait kind of girl. That's what's going to set me apart as your lawyer. That's what's going to get you off. I never said you were my lawyer. Call me back after you look me up. We'll see what you have to say then. Her adrenaline caused her to slam the phone in the cradle. Mia pumped her fist in the air and spun around in her chair. Needing to move, she began shadowboxing in the middle of the room. The restlessness stung her legs. With her eyes, she delivered a kick to the target in her mind. Her hands flew over her mouth upon seeing the pile of that glass that once was her Best Attorney award. I'm guessing your magic worked, Milton said with a chuckle. She held up her index finger and thumb. Little bit. Sitting back down, her hand shook with excitement. Taking a breath helped the emotion pass. She turned on her classical music playlist. Situating the earphones on her ears, she delved head first into work mode. If you want more BWWM romances like this, please my love, be sure to subscribe to the Romancely YouTube channel. I look forward to spending more time with you. Subscribe and let's make it happen.
Chapter 2. Just as when she was watching the interview, Mia felt a pull toward Clifford, his features much more pronounced, much more intense. He didn't shy away from eye contact, checking his surroundings every few seconds or so. A man of power, he wasn't entranced by beautiful women. He allowed them to pass back and forth without so much as a head turn. His posture was relaxed. Embracing the modern style of the season, his pants ended just above his ankle joint. The white and blue ensemble contrasted well against his tan skin. Silence had always made her anxious. She rubbed the outside of her legs and bit her lip. It took all her strength to maintain eye contact, using her peripheral to account for the happenings in the background. "Were you surprised when I called?" he finally asked. Her nervousness lessened. Her accomplishments were her fallback, something she could rely on when there was nothing else she could or wanted to talk about. "Not really. I know what I'm capable of." He chuckled, running his fingers through hair, the move causing the grays to stand out. "What's funny?" Using a preposition at the end of a sentence. "There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, I think you're the first person to mention it. There is nothing wrong with it. If you're talking to a friend." He tensed for the first time since arriving. "Let's get something clear." He leaned forward. "We are not friends. I'm not here because I think you're beautiful or trying to get in your pants. I'm here, sitting in front of you, for one reason and one reason only." "What's that?" "My money is on the line." Though her face remained straight, inside she was shaken. Having to deal with men on a daily basis, Mia thought herself well trained in dealing with narcissism and debilitating egos. But he was different. His need wasn't coming from a source of greed. His reputation was at stake. She made a mental note that money meant his pride and image. "Why are you smiling?" Curiosity caused his brow to droop. "What did I say that was so funny?" "Nothing." She'd found a point of weakness. Now she had something to work with. Picking up her spoon and fork, she let the ends of the pasta settle into the spoon before beginning to twirl it in a counterclockwise motion. Noticing him watching, she stopped. "Something wrong?" He picked up his fork, stabbed a glob of pasta, and shoveled it into his mouth. For a while, the only sound that passed between them was their forks scraping on the bottom of their plates. Clifford pushed his plate away when he was finished and crossed his arms over the bottom of his stomach. She grinned. "Why do you keep doing that?" Her smile widened. Doing what? Smiling like that. Why do you keep doing that? He wiped his mouth, then took quick swipes at his nose. He raised his arms. What the hell is funny? Mia folded her napkin into a neat square and set her plate on top of it. She pulled enough money out of her wallet to pay for their meals, leaving a handsome tip. Then she stood. Removing a business card from her purse, she set it on the left side of his wine glass. My number. I'm sure you didn't save it from the first call. She turned her back, adding emphasis to her hip drop as she headed for the door. Her hand was on her car's door handle when her phone vibrated. That was fast. Pulling it out of her purse, a part of her was disappointed upon seeing her best friend and main source of information's face. Hey T. She and Tamara hadn't been friends for long, their bond coming from trauma. Her parents divorced when she was young. And while her relationship with her father was on the mend, it still had a long way to go to be normal. They were opposites, Mia more refined, Tamara still tapped into the streets, a native of St. Louis, her dad a former leader of the 6,200 Brimside Bloods. What up, girlie? Where you at? Just leaving a meeting with a potential client. Let's meet up later. I need to vent. I'm done for the day, Mia said. You can come over my place. Be there in an hour. Mia tossed the vegetables as if she were an executive chef. Catching the piece she threw into the air in her mouth, she turned the heat down before going to open the door. She hugged Tamara. The two chatted about their days while Mia resuming cooking. Tamara turned the TV on. So who's this new client? Potential new client. Right, potential new client. Who is it? Someone I know? The right side of her mouth scrunched as a picture of Clifford appeared on the screen. I can't stand him. She looked in the direction of Mia's muffled laughter. Did I say something funny? That's him. Who? My next client, Mia said. Well, it's not official yet, still waiting for him to call. What I always tell you. Any man that makes you wait isn't worth your time. I'm not trying to date him. Mia handed her a plate before sitting on the opposite end of the couch. She crossed her legs underneath her, turning the TV up. Checking her phone, she wondered if she'd put him off. Not only would representing him increase her clout, it would also add much-needed funds to her bank account. Clifford pointed to the reporter wearing a purple shirt and white pants. What's your question, Brandon? Is this announcement business or personal? I'm sure you've heard Anastasia's interview. Anastasia Lockhart, international model and spokeswoman for Dior perfume, was Clifford's ex-girlfriend. Rumors had begun to swirl about their breakup. Their relationship lasting longer than the standard 6 months was sure to have ruined the pockets of those betting against him. They weren't good together, Tamara said, too pretty. It's business, Clifford answered. It's about my legal representation. As I'm sure you have already guessed, there has been a change. Mia choked on the food she'd swallowed. A cough flew from chest each time Tamara's hand collided with her back. Water spilled from the sides of her mouth as she hurriedly gulped it down, her chest heaving after she finished it. She prayed that he didn't say her name. Not one inch of her moved as she continued watching. I've hired a new attorney. It's someone you should be familiar with. Clifford's driver whispered something in his ear. I apologize, we'll have to cut this short. I have an important meeting to get to. No name? Brandon asked. Not getting an answer, he asked for the name of the law firm, getting the same result. Mia's chest deflated in satisfaction. Girl, I thought you was about to be famous. Tamara stuffed what remained on her plate in her mouth, the words that followed unintelligible. Swallowing hard, she guzzled down her glass of water, using the back of her arm to wipe her mouth. Now that you know he's your client for sure, you want to do this the usual way? I brought my computer, I can start searching for his friends and family. The number one rule of being an effective attorney was to always assume the client was lying about and hiding something. In most cases, Mia would send Tamara off to sniff out the client's secrets, which she would then use to confront them. But for some reason, she decided to trust Clifford. Recalling the straightforward way in which he described their relationship, she didn't see any reason why he would lie. After all, everything they spoke about was protected under attorney-client privilege. She was pretty good at keeping secrets anyway. I know he got some stuff buried deep. Tamara rubbed her hands together, wearing the look of an evil genius. She hopped up. I'm gonna go get my computer. Mia stopped her. There was no hope in pulling her back down. Holding onto her wrist caused her to stretch across the couch. The arm rubbing harshly against her ribs was effective in convincing her to let go. She was sitting with her legs pulled into her chest, her arms wrapped tightly around them. Prying was a part of the job. She needed to know everything about a client. The process would usually take place before she even decided to take a person on. Though she was a damn good lawyer, she leaned on Milton's advice that the best lawyers, the ones with the best winning percentage, chose winnable cases. She was sure he had the old adage work smarter not harder tattooed somewhere on his body. While she was confident that she could win the case, she wasn't as certain as usual. Managing to convince herself that she's going to have to dig into him, she loosened up, releasing her hold on her legs and stretching them to the floor. Tamara's fingers worked the keys like a master pianist. Her eyes remained glued to the screen, sliding from left to right, easing their way down the pages that were lucky enough to be selected. Mia dipped her bottom lip. Asshole. You're just so cute when you're focused. Tamara retorted with sexual innuendo, letting it be known that she accepted favors as payment. And I'm talking about the handsome white daddy. Mia thanked God as she stretched. She realized long ago that Tamara worked best when someone wasn't looking over her shoulder. In her bathroom, she started a bath. She'd established the weekly ritual of cleansing her aura in preparation for a new case. She needed to be holistically free in mind, body, and spirit. The Epsom salt dissolved as soon as it hit the water. The fresh sweet scent wasted no time in attaching itself to the steam. The heat bit into her ankle as she eased her foot in. She couldn't help but make comparisons between the bath and Clifford's case. Seemingly transparent, but she really didn't know what she was getting herself into. It would only be a matter of time before something from his past or a secret he failed to divulge or information that made him look guilty latched onto her, slowly eating away at her, like the heat. But there was a silver lining. So long as she moved slow with caution, she was able to limit the heat's effects. Dipping her foot into the tub, she lowered herself down, continuing to descend until the water hit just underneath her collarbones. She closed her eyes and, touching the tip of her index finger and thumb together, she inhaled deeply, sinking just a bit deeper. 5 minutes hadn't passed when the floor began rumbling Tamara's steps. Their speed was indicative of her excitement. Mia was already peeking out of one eye when the door opened. She sat up upon seeing the concern etched in Tamara's eyes. Her drooping lips added to the effect. She stretched for the drain plug. No, don't get out. She took a seat on the toilet. The computer lid snapped into place after she closed it. Resting her elbows on top of it, she supported her chin on her fists. Nothing? Sorry. It's like he swept everything before the last 2 years. Guess we'll have to do this the old-fashioned way. Tamara met her gaze. Torture. or find an ex-girlfriend. Her chin dropped. I didn't find much on them. Money is powerful. Mia stood, catching the towel Tamara threw. So is information. I'll just have to get it from him. With Tamara on her heels, she found her phone and dialed Clifford's number. Getting right to the point, she said, I need about 3 hours of your time. I don't care about when or where. Clear space and let me know. She hung up and turned to find Tamara smiling. She began a slow clap. I want to be like you when I grow up. That's the way you handle a man that has everything. Shut up. No, for real, I've seen things. Men like that, deep down, want to be dominated. Mia hunched her shoulders. Whereas she usually took Tamara's insights with a grain of salt, this one in particular made sense. Sounds right. Of course it does. I know what the hell I'm talking about. Confidence renewed, she sat back down on the couch and opened the laptop. Her fingers went to work immediately. Mia put the sandwich she made in plain view. Tamara didn't blink as her lips pressed into the side of her head. Her sign of love and appreciation was met with a grunt and a lazy hand wave. She warned her not to stay up too late and to wake her up before she left. The house felt empty when she awoke. Mia found a note on the counter while making a pot of coffee. She huffed as her phone began ringing. Waiting until the third ring, it stopped just as she reached her bedroom. A voicemail caused it to vibrate in her hand. Ms. Bishop, as per your request, I've made some room in my schedule for us to meet. I also realized that you didn't give me a reason. Call me back to confirm. Don't make me wait, time is money. Have a productive day. Remembering Tamara's advice about him wanting to be dominated, she tossed the phone in the pillows. I'll call you when I call you. Although she was only an hour into her day, Mia felt that she already had a stranglehold on it. She'd examined Clifford's case forwards and backwards by the time she'd reached her desk and had gotten 2 associates to begin putting together motions. His business card sat in the middle of her desk. A sudden urge to call him arose. She tossed the idea of calling him back and forth, ultimately deciding against it, not wanting to give away the power she just gained. While she had the power, she had nothing else. Boredom set in a minute later. Just when her willpower began to wane, her assistant, Virgil, knocked on the door. Someone's here to see you. Checking her calendar, she said, I didn't have any appointments today. This guy doesn't seem like he makes appointments. Clifford Knight. She chuckled. Make him wait 15 minutes, then send him back. Playing hard to get, huh? She couldn't help but laugh as she shooed him away. Pulling out her purse, she set each item that she pulled out into a line: deodorant, mirror, lipstick, eyeliner, and mascara. In addition, she pulled out a washcloth, which she wet using a water bottle. The process of going from normal woman to diva only took 7 minutes. Examining her work in the mirror convinced her to change her shirt, which showed a fair amount of her cleavage. Clifford's voice boomed throughout the office. If you had any inkling of who I am, you would get out of my way. Sir, she's not ready for. I don't care. I don't have time to waste. The door slammed against the wall. Mia tripped over the desk's legs, landing flat on her back. Too shocked to move, her exposed breasts remained out in the open. Her mouth fell open as she stared up at him. His smirk dissolved the trance. She covered herself with one arm, using the other to pull herself into a seated position. Concerned about his eyes, she managed to knock over everything other than the computer monitor as she pulled herself into her chair. Her words stumbled over one another. What she did want to say was cut short by explanations that did nothing but make the situation worse. Yanking her shirt off the hanger in her angst to get it on, a massive rip separated the back. His grin spread into a smile. Need some help? No. She replaced the shirt with her blazer, buttoning all the buttons. The look was the same, her cleavage was still out. Her chest heaved as she pretended to type, her fingers shaking as they moved across the keys. You do know that's not on, right? A sharp exhale caused her nostrils to flare. Her fingers slammed into the keys. Her eyes bounced from the black screen to his bright face and back. Soon, she started to see his face in the screen. As she continued to type, her embarrassment gave way to the need to protect her pride. She continued typing. And typing. And typing. Writing out the things that, as a professional, shouldn't be said to a client. Despite her best efforts, the final word she typed was clear. She typed it 3 times. Stupid. 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 Mia pressed the enter key. She looked at him. The minute changes in their facial expressions were indicative of the mental sparring match happening between. The raising of an eyebrow, the twitch of a lip, narrowing eyes, they were all return shots, some barely getting over the net, barely getting their point across, others considered an ace. The battle continued for another 5 minutes, so intense that both players forgot that they had an audience. So, is everything good here? Does anyone need anything? We're good, Clifford said. Again, his eyebrow ascended. Right, Mia? Her nod was slight. You know where to find me. Clifford remained standing after the door closed. His gaze traveled up and down her body. His smirk returned. I didn't think I had that effect on you. Pulling the chair out, he kept his hand on the back. May I sit? No. His lips separated. His eyes opening a bit wider. That's a joke. She rested her forearms on the desk, the edge pressing into her breasts. To what do I owe the pleasure of your presence this beautiful warm day? Don't do that, he said. After retrieving his wallet from his back pocket, he crossed one leg over the other. Pulling out a business card, he began digging under his nails. Don't act like it didn't happen. Denial brings about a man's fall. I'm not a man. He raised his eyes. An individual. While I appreciate the advice, you didn't answer my question. Why are you here? Noticing where his eyes were lingering, she wiggled her shoulders, the attempt to reposition the blazer only bringing more attention to her chest. I can't do this. Mia pushed her chair back. She ignored his laugh as she wrestled her shirt from where it was stuck on the wheels. Her head remained high as she unbuttoned her shirt and slipped into the other one. After fastening 2 buttons, she stopped. You've been with models and actresses, I'm sure you're not attracted to a normal woman like me. You can't be serious. Sitting, she left the shirt to hang as it might. Dead serious. You're not normal. Propping her feet up, she asked, Now tell me, Mr. Knight, why are you here? Clifford stopped cleaning his nails and uncrossed his legs. He tossed the card on the desk, the upper left corner stained with a dark substance, a subtle crease causing it to stand. He cleared his throat. He mentioned her request. You never called me back. Mia pulled her sleeve back. It's only been 36 hours. 36 hours I've been waiting. If you're going to work for me dash. With you, she said. Excuse me. I don't work for you. I'm not an associate. I'm a partner of this firm, which means I don't work for anyone. It was my decision to take you on. And if you want to continue working with me, then you'll remember that. She leaned forward. I am your partner, not your employee. Do we have an understanding? Yes. We do. Okay. He chuckled, picking up the business card and forcing the tip underneath his thumbnail again. Why did you request my presence? Partner. I wanted to talk to you about the case. She pulled her briefcase into her lap. Obviously. She cursed under her breath as her zipper got stuck. Want to know how your previous lawyers conducted themselves. Giving the zipper a hearty tug, her hand slipped, flying against her mouth. The curses that followed were muffled as she sucked the blood off her lip. Attempting to rip a tissue from the box flew across the room, crashing into the wall. Her shoulders rose and fell as she breathed. Clasping her hands, she rested her chin on them, her bruised pride causing her throat to itch. Would you mind coming back another time? I'm Dash. Discombobulated? No. I'm just Dash. Unprepared, he said. No. Standing, she buttoned her shirt and rolled up her sleeves. I'm not my best self and I don't want you thinking you have an advantage over me. She cracked the door. Clifford, standing 5 inches taller than her, looked down at her, the right side of his mouth perched in its infamous arrogant stance. The only way I would have an advantage over you, Ms. Bishop, is if you were my employee. I'm more than sure you made the specific point that you and I are partners. Am I confused? She was the first to break the stare. No. He craned his neck down. I didn't hear you. I said no. Though she looked back at him, the conviction was missing from her voice. We're partners. I'll call you in Dash. No, I'll call you. His shoulder brushed against hers as he stepped around her. Stepping into the main area, as a show of his superiority, he offered to buy everyone lunch. Cheers and applause rained down on him as he made his exit. Just before walking out the doors, he looked back. It was the first time that she had seen his teeth.
Chapter 3. Clifford swiped his chest and legs. Not having worn jeans for some time, he had become unaccustomed to how they looked on his body. A bit looser than he liked, he pushed the insecurities to the back of his mind. Pulling the sweater's zipper down allowed the top of the shirt he wore underneath to show. He pulled it back up. He was going against his only rule. Never change for another person, especially when it came to women. But he liked the current one he was courting. Despite not being able to remember her name, she ridded him of his loneliness and held his attention just enough to keep his mind from the unrelenting problems that gave chase. She was nothing more than a distraction. Slipping his Rolex onto his wrist, he checked the amount of money in his wallet before putting it in his back pocket. Grabbing his phone, he found himself hoping that a text or call from Mia would be waiting for him. He snapped his finger. Marie. That was the name of his date. Almost as if she felt that his mind was on another woman. A text came through. Everything okay? He was late. He was never late. The first sign that he really didn't want to go. Reading the words a second and third time, the unwant grew. In concordance with others her age, Maria sent 4 more texts in rapid succession. He shoved the phone underneath the pillows and fell onto his back. Running his hands up and down his face, he felt his age, his fingers catching on the wrinkles in his forehead. His temples throbbed, a sign that he wasn't living in accordance with his belief. He ruffled around the drawer, grabbing the small pill bottle. With his eyes closed, he shook 2 pills into his hand. They disintegrated as he chewed them, the bitter taste remaining after he swallowed. The phone vibrated. He slammed his fist into the pillow. It vibrated again. Air rushed through his nose as his fingertips circled around his temples. He repeated his mantra and focused on taking deeper breaths, just as his therapist suggested. It vibrated once more. Fuck! The continuous vibration prompted him to action. Throwing the pillows aside, he snatched the back panel off and took the top of the battery out. The phone slipped from his hand. Picking it up, he realized that the texts and calls were from Mia. With the back panel still off, he held the phone to his ear, pacing across the room while listening to it ring. "Clifford," she answered. "I didn't expect to hear from you so soon, Miss Bishop. To what do I owe the call?" A short pause followed. "I apologize for calling so late." Checking his watch, he saw that it was only just past 8 o'clock. He took the words as a shot to his age. "It's not that late. I work well past this time, sometimes until 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm not old." She giggled. "I didn't mean anything by it. I just don't like calling so late, don't want wives or girlfriends to think you're up to no good. I'm alone. The reason I'm calling is because I need your help. Well, I'd like your help. My car broke down by your office and I left my wallet at home, so I can't call an Uber. I would have called my friend but sit tight. I'm on the way." "I shouldn't have called him," Mia said to herself. She changed the station, not in the mood for love songs. The building looked far less intimidating than it did during the day. Without all the people meandering around, it was no different than all the other offices in the area. She passed it every day on her way to work. Letting her seat back, she began counting the stars. It wasn't long before the quiet unsettled her. She couldn't remember the last time she'd been so still, not counting her recent vacation. Reaching her 74th star, her eyes grew heavy. She managed to count 12 more before the exhaustion began to affect her limbs. The muscles in her neck relaxed 5 stars later, causing her head to drop. Her head hit the roof at the sound of a tap on the window. "You can't be sneaking up on people like that. That's how you get shot." "Noted. Pop your hood." Watching as he tinkered with the hoses and caps, she asked, "Are you wearing jeans?" "I made an error in judgment." Pulling his sweater over his head, he tossed it on the hood. Noticing her shocked expression, he asked, "What's wrong?" "I didn't take you for a man who likes tattoos." Various images coated his arms, some abstract, others more concrete, capturing images of the people he held dear. There were a few that suggested they were the result of a drunken night out with the boys. They added another dimension to him, making him more complex, more interesting. Stepping further back to give him some space gave her the perfect vantage point to observe his muscles. With each movement, he made a different one flexed. Twisting a cap caused veins to bulge from his forearms. Reaching up to grab the hood stretched his chest. Stretching from one side to the other caused the bottom of his shirt to lift, allowing her to see his V-line. "Do you need me?" she asked to stop herself from openly staring. "Nope." She got back inside the car and let her mind wander off. She was beginning to picture what he looked like completely exposed when the hood of the car slammed into place. She let the window all the way down. The streaks oil crossing his chest awakened a desire that she thought she'd beat into submission. She relaxed her thighs. "What's the verdict?" "Blown head gasket. You're gonna need a tow truck," he said. "Shit. Thanks for your help." He opened her door. "Don't worry about it. I know a guy that can come get it. What's your address?" She looked at him out the side of her eye. "Neither he nor I want your Altima. It's a very economical choice. The gas mileage is second to none." "I wasn't judging you." Clifford made sure the passenger and back doors were locked. "Keys." Catching them, he placed them under the seat. Back in his Porsche, the engine growled as he pressed the gas. "Are you hungry? I could eat." "That a yes or no?" "Yes," she said with a chuckle. Fastening her seatbelt, she melted as the heads in the seat began to massage her back. "Oh my God. I gotta get one of these." He smiled. "You can have this one if you want. Just when I was starting to think of you as a gentleman, the asshole shows up, right in the nick of time." Mia hesitated as they walked past the hostess. She continuing following him, fully aware of all the eyes on them as they continued toward the back of the restaurant. Sitting in the chair he pulled out, she wasted no time in hiding her face behind the menu. He was texting when she peeked over the top. "Can we switch?" "No." "Why not?" I like to be able to see the door. He glanced at her. I need to see when danger is coming. He placed the phone on the table face down. My guy is on his way to get your car. He twirled his finger in the air, getting the attention of the waiter. We'll have 2 fried chicken dinners with my usual sides. I'd like a water with lemon. I'll take a Sprite. His phone captured his attention once more. Feeling his forehead fold, he made a conscious effort to keep his face neutral. Maria was on another one of her tirades. It was a rare occasion in which he entertained her. You never have any time for me. I'm a busy man. You know that. Sometimes things come up. My businesses don't run themselves. I just thought I was important. He scoffed. Yeah, right. Girlfriend issues? That woman's intuition is a bitch. He looked up. She's not my girlfriend. Just someone you use when you're bored, she said. And I don't appreciate you ordering for me. I'm a grown woman. I can order for myself. You sound like her. Again, the statement, as were all things he did, was strategic. He wanted to see her reaction. In dealing with anyone, man or woman, he needed to know their triggers. In identifying them, he was able to more accurately determine their motives and agendas. He was careful in classifying it not as a lack of trust, but rather a way to get a leg up. She was an opponent, another person looking to expose him. Something he wouldn't allow to happen. So she's your girlfriend? A good return. No, I'm single as single can be. She knows that, and she has fully accepted her position. Mia chuckled to herself. She picked up the glass as soon as the waiter set it down. Her eyes rolled as the cool liquid cascaded down her throat. She continued to suck until only half remained. On cue, the waiter brought another. Her thirst quenched, she leaned back, crossing her arms over her chest. She looked over him, paying special attention to the way his sweater gripped his arms and chest. Despite being covered, they still sparked her imagination. What's on your mind? Why do you assume anything is on my mind? You're clenching your teeth. I noticed you do that when you're thinking. Without warning, he held her face in his left hand, using his right to remove a piece of lint hanging from her eyelash. You have no idea how much that was bothering me. Much better. The waiter had returned with their food, helping to distract her from the fact that it was the first time he'd touched her in a non-professional manner. Clifford cut into the large slab of chicken, adding salt and pepper to the bit on his fork before popping it into his mouth. He glanced towards the door every few seconds. Noticing that Mia was watching, he redirected his attention her. You never answered my question? What question? She asked between bites. What was on your mind? How soft your hand is. After swallowing, she wiped her mouth and washed down the food with a splash of Sprite. She didn't really give much effort to trying to remember, but it was true when she said she didn't. When it appeared that he moved on from the inquiry, she snapped her fingers. Your girlfriend. Your plaything, I should say. I was wondering what men in your position look for in a woman since you can buy anyone you want. I don't think I can buy you. Their eyes met. She was the first to look away. Still able to feel his eyes, she feigned a cough, turning her head away from him. It was too late. Her mind had latched onto the comment. She had always been an overthinker, especially when it came to men. The quality had been more than essential in her becoming one of the best in her position. Her eye for detail kept her a step ahead in the courtroom. Outside of it, it caused her unnecessary stress and pain. In a relationship, she was prone to analyzing everything the things said, the meaning behind them. She was always looking for the hidden message, creating one where one didn't seem to exist. The same was happening in the very moment. What any normal woman would have considered to be an admission of respect, she took as flirtation. Her insecurities began to whisper in her ear. Why would he possibly want you? You're nothing like the women he's used to taking advantage of. Her defensive mechanism, arrogance, stepped in. You're right about that. Bill Gates couldn't afford me. Scratch that. No man can afford me. She poked her lips out a bit more than normal as she sucked from her straw. His eyes lowered, the right side of his mouth cocked upward. Everybody has a price. Is that a challenge? She asked. You may not know this, but I'm very competitive. Oh, I have no doubt. And no, it wasn't a challenge. I was just speaking a truth. It was on once more the mental sparring match. They both distanced themselves from each other as much as their chairs would allow. Clifford wore an easy smile, Mia's face straight. Underneath the table, he pushed his foot into hers. She didn't budge. She rested her forearms on either side of her plate, pulling the tablecloth taut, more of it spilling on her side. He scooted his chair forward so that their knees touched. Again, she didn't retreat. His lack of fear was a main point of her attraction to him. He didn't look at her as just a woman, meaning he wouldn't hold back like most men would. She felt like she was as worthy of an opponent as anyone else he stepped into the ring with. The sparring match continued until the waiter appeared. Together or separate? Together, she said, pulling something out of her sock. She made sure he was able to see President Jackson's face as she slid the bill into the billfold. Point for her. Once the waiter was gone, she got straight to the point, laying out the rules of the game. What's the end goal? He asked. To see who's more expensive. Clifford's eyes narrowed, returning to their normal shape a moment later. Half of his teeth showed as he smiled. He removed his wallet from his back pocket and laid down a $100 bill, using a pen to write the word tip down the center. He stood, retrieving his phone from his back pocket. His face fell. Something wrong. His exhale was sharp. I accidentally told my guy to take your car to my house. He helped her to her feet and pushed her chair in. Looks like we're going to my place. Keeping hold of her hand, he led the way out of the building. Though she didn't like being led around, she didn't mind being led by him. Clifford's place was a large, but not so much that it felt uninviting. The light gray on the walls complemented the industrial design. Wooden countertops helped to warm the steel pipes and chrome finishes. I can tell not many women come here, she said, pulling off her coat. Sliding out of her shoes, her feet sank into the plush carpet. The couch engulfed her as if it had been waiting for its lover's return. Stretching across it, she threw the throw over her legs and turned on the TV. Make yourself at home. Already did. He handed her a glass of wine before sitting down. He pulled her feet into his lap, using his free hand to massage her calves. Her giggle caught his attention. What's so funny? We don't like each other, but we're so comfortable. Reclaiming her legs, she said, I don't usually do things like this. Like what? Come home with strange men and drink wine while they massage my legs. She allowed the liquid to melt into her tongue after she sipped. No coercion, no manipulation. The goal of the competition is to make me think I'm letting you have me. He nodded. Noted. Well, since we're playing this game, he pulled her feet back into his lap. We should probably get to know each other better, just to know where the boundaries are. As they exchanged questions and answers, Mia forgot about the case completely. She forgot that it was the reason they even met. Everything about them and their interaction felt normal. There weren't any awkward gaps in their conversation. She didn't mind him touching her. She didn't find his questions to be abrasive. In one word, she was comfortable. Her laugh was real. Her explanations went into full detail, unlike when she was talking with her peers. There was no need to hide. She could be herself. Her real self. Removing her ponytail holder allowed her hair to fall around her shoulders. Running her fingers through it gave it more volume. Realizing that he was staring, she said, No, you can't touch it. Why not? Because it's my hair. She pulled her fingers through a few tangles. Her mouth dropped open as she began massaging her scalp. So what? It's just hair. It's dead. I don't have the time nor the energy to explain the difference between your collection of strands and my antennae. A rush of laughter burst from his chest as confusion twisted his face. I'll give you some books. And there's her first attempt to purchase me. Clifford stared at her for a long while. The corners of his eyes were pinched. His lips were in a straight line. His thumb continued to brush across her skin as he examined her. You're beautiful. That's not gonna dash. But you're damaged. He held her face, attempting to see past her walls. He brought his face closer to hers. Who hurt you? The question was like a bolt of electricity right into her heart. In her right mind, she would have deemed her reaction as over the top. But she wasn't in her right mind. She was under his influence. Mia hopped to her feet and pulled her shoes on. Sliding back into her jacket, she peeked out the window, the tow truck pulling next to the curb. "I'll call an Uber home. Thank you for coming to get me." "What happened?" "Nothing happened. I just remembered that I have a lot of work to do on the case." Reaching behind her for the door handle, she missed 3 times. "I forgot to tell you, jury selection will be in a week. Trial shouldn't be too far off from then. I'll give you a call within the next couple of days to brief you." She was out the door as quickly as possible. Forgoing the Uber idea, she asked the driver if he would drop her and her car off at her house, climbing in the truck before he gave an answer. They were pulling off when Clifford opened the door. She forced her gaze to remain forward until the house was no longer in view in the side view mirror. She was distracted when a high-pitched squeal came out of the speakers. "Sorry about that," the driver said. "Old truck. I've been trying to get Cliff to get a new one for years." "Why him?" "It's his truck. It's his company." "Well, it's my company too. We're partners." He turned the knob to the right, finding his favorite station. His smile was wide as he snapped along. "My name's Aaron, by the way." He stretched his left arm across his right. "Howdy. Nice to meet you." Mia let out a deep exhale. "I'll pay you when we get to my house. I forgot my purse." So stupid. The springs under the seat didn't allow her to get comfortable. Each trip over a pothole made her resemble a bobblehead. Being that she lived on the other side of the city, the drive would take at least half an hour. It didn't take her long to realize that Aaron was a talker, and he was completely oblivious to the fact that she wasn't in the mood. Her half-answers seemed to entertain him as he laughed at whatever he was saying. Aaron turned the radio down. "You know, me and Cliff have known each other since we were boys." "No, I didn't know that. I always looked up to him. I thought he was Superman when we was coming up. I did everything he did. Liked everything he liked." His eyes fell to Mia's lap. His hands tightened around the wheel. Anyone looking from the outside wouldn't have had any trouble seeing the battle taking place within him. He would sit up for a few seconds, relaxing a few seconds later. "He likes you. Good to know. I mean, he really likes you. I can tell from when he was texting. He used your name. It's Mia, right?" She stiffened. Quick glances allowed her to put together the dry, peeling lips with the deep-set beady eyes and the overpronounced brow. Paired with that were the ears that sat just a little bit lower than normal and protruding forward to make them look like satellite dishes. Deep gouges, sure to have been from a losing battle with teenage acne, gave the skin on his face the same texture as the moon. The color wasn't far off, save for the bright red color of his neck. Hangnails hung from each of his fingers. His jagged and chipped fingernails appeared to curl under the tips. "That's you, right?" he asked. "I mean, it has to be you. Clifford doesn't bring just anybody to his house." He caressed her hair. "You're pretty." His face darkened. "I like you." Mia's heart rate quickened as her house came into view. She coached herself to continue breathing, pressing her thighs into the seat to keep from shaking. "I never get the girls that Cliff gets. I don't know why. I'm a great guy." The truck came to a stop. He looked at her. "Right?" She couldn't tell if the monotone in his voice or the envy in his eyes was the scariest part of him. The door stopped her from increasing the distance between them. The handle was cool on her fingers. He shoved the gear stick into the park position. Slapping at the radio turned it off. There was no expression on his face as Aaron undid his seatbelt. The center console squeezed and bent under his weight. Inching toward the middle of the car, he didn't stop after passing it. He grew larger as he drew nearer. His shadow grew darker as he blocked out the window. He commented on her beauty once more. His tongue slid across his lip. "I like you." Mia began banging on the door, relieved when it finally opened. Her foot slipped on the step bar, causing her to stumble the rest of the way out. Her feet, moving at rapid speed to keep her balance, didn't lose any velocity as she raced toward the door. Inside, she locked the door and pressed her back into it. Her chest heaved. Tears streamed down her face. Peeking out the window only allowed her to see the sickly yellow lights illuminating the street. A series of squeals and moans threatened to push her over the edge. The chains scratching across the ground reminded her of the wind chimes in the horror movies that signaled the coming of death. The street darkened. Her breath came out slow and easy as she exhaled. Allowing her feet to slide out in front of her, she continued to fall until her bottom hit the ground. She felt a tickle on her neck. A second later, another tickle on the other side. She almost ripped the strands of hair out of her head. After tying it up, she climbed to her feet. 5 heavy knocks sent her diving into the kitchen. Staying ducked behind the counter, she felt blindly across the countertop, ripping a knife out of the butcher block. The second series of knocks made her bones shake. She was too afraid to tell him to leave. "Mia, it's me, Aaron. Gee, go away. I got your car off the truck." Cliff said not to worry about paying. He knocked again. The knife's edge ate into Mia's thigh as her fear increased. "Okay, I'll tell him thanks. You can go now. I have something for you." "I'm not interested," she said. It grew quiet. Poking her head around the island, she crawled on her hands and knees to the front door. The sudden knocks startled her to her back. "Mia." She felt around her as she heard a familiar tone. She searched for the source, checking the couch, underneath the cushions, and retracing her path from the kitchen. She patted her pockets, still unable to find it. He knocked again. The silence returned. It lasted for a minute. She climbed her feet. Darkness greeted her when she looked through the peephole. She patted herself again. "Where the hell is my phone?" "I have it," he answered. "I think you dropped it. I gotta go. I'll leave it on the step." 5 minutes passed before she managed to garner the courage to look through the peephole again. This time she was able to see the street. She pulled the door open an inch. The phone was waiting as promised. The wind didn't have enough time to wrap itself around her as she snatched it. Her anxiety caused her to slam the door behind her. After locking it and relocking it, she jogged to her bedroom, locking that door as well. In her bed, she hid underneath the covers. Clifford's name was the first in her call log. Despite them not knowing each other well and the fact that he didn't even consider her his friend, she couldn't think of anyone else to call. Pressing his name, she held the phone to her ear. "Hey there. Did you know that we've other hot romances like this that we want to release? But we need your help. Subscribing shows us that you're part of our journey and allows us to make more of these stories at a higher quality. So please, my queen, subscribe to the Romancely YouTube channel now. Thanks. Now back to your story."
Chapter 4. Mia was already in the courtroom when Clifford entered. He had already prepared for her badgering. Business didn't stop. Not for her. Not for a trial. She didn't look at him after he sat down. "I'm sorry I'm late. It's not my reputation on the line. After we're done, I'd like to take you out. To talk." He placed his hand on her thigh. "To apologize about the last time we saw each other." The judge entered the room. His hand slid off as she stood. Retaking her seat, she said, "There's nothing to apologize for." For the first time since she stepped foot in a courtroom, she was thankful that she didn't have to speak first. Jury selection went smoother than anticipated, resulting in a trial date that was only a week later. It wasn't nearly enough time for her to recover. Her mind was still scrambled. Questions of all types presented themselves both during waking and sleeping hours, the most pressing concern being why Clifford hadn't answered the call. No matter how many times she told herself that they didn't have a personal relationship, she couldn't help but feel anger, disappointment, that he wasn't there for her. Focusing on such trivial things left her unprepared. She would be winging her opening statement. "You'll see throughout the duration of this trial that man Rosario pointed at Clifford is not only a liar, but a cheapskate. He's only interested in how much money he can make. It doesn't matter what the corners he cuts costs. He doesn't care about the people he takes advantage of. When I'm done, you'll have no other choice but to find him guilty. Thank you, Ms. Rosario. Ms. Bishop, you're up, the judge said. Mia clasped her hands behind her back as she made her way to the jury. She'd learned that people were more adept at telling if someone was lying to them than the self-proclaimed experts let on. Walking back and forth, she quickly determined which were open to being influenced. 4 of the 12, 3 women and 1 man. They were the key to her strategy. She needed to make him attractive, make the women want to be with him, and make the man want to be him. If you were allowed to answer, she began, what would you say is the most attractive thing about my client? Would it be his wealth? His business acumen? His mature features? Would it be that you see him all the time, yet he is completely inaccessible? She eased her way back to the table, positioning herself behind him. She then grabbed his right shoulder. Clifford Knight is a self-made man. Clifford became more relaxed as her hand swept across his back and kneaded his shoulders. There's no way she's still mad at me. He couldn't concentrate on anything other than her legs as she stood in front of the jury once more. Each step further stirred his imagination. He followed them up to her waist, continuing until he reached her breasts, where he spent a few seconds in appreciation. His eyes continued their path until they reached his favorite part about her, her lips. He approved of the color change, Mia choosing a darker shade of lipstick than usual. It added to her mystique while also calling for her audience's attention. As attractive as she was physically, he found her much more so mentally. He switched his focus, keying in on every word spoken. Mr. Knight is what you think he is. He's a charming, good-willed man. Looking back, she caught his eyes. As she scanned the gallery, her stomach tightened. Aaron waved at her from the back of the courtroom. She swallowed hard. Mr. Knight is the same as all the other self-starters who have made something of themselves. Though she turned her back to him, she was still able to feel his laser-like gaze. Her mind went blank. Mr. Knight is. She attempted to smooth out the wrinkles in her forehead. Mr. Knight. She supported herself on the railing. Are you okay, Ms. Bishop? The judge asked. Yes, Your Honor. I'm sorry, I'm fine. Examining her target jurors' faces, it was clear that she'd lost them. Mr. Knight isn't any different from the rest of us. Who hasn't cut corners? Who hasn't cheated the system? Aren't we all guilty of attempting to get over someone else? We're human. It's what we do. A quiet murmur began to build. During this trial, I'll show you how Mr. Knight, though he is a sleazebag, is not guilty. I remind you that this trial isn't about his personality or lack of morals. My client didn't hide money overseas. He's cheated the system, but not in this way. Thank you. Mia closed her eyes to avoid looking at him. What the fuck was that? Sleazebag? It's called strategy. If you don't trust me, then you can find yourself another lawyer. I know what the fuck I'm doing. Prosecution, you may call your first witness. Clifford was waiting for her when Mia exited the courtroom. She walked past him, continuing on her path despite him calling her name. Pushing through the doors, she was bombarded by an army of flashes and an onslaught of questions. Ms. Bishop, was that opening statement planned? Ms. Bishop, do you really believe Clifford Knight is a scumbag? Ms. Bishop, why did you keep your representation of Mr. Knight a secret? Ms. Bishop, do you expect to be fired? If not, can you give an estimation how long you'll think you'll last given Mr. Knight's reputation? You can address your questions to me. Clifford was in business mode as he descended the stairs. His shoulder brushed against hers after he reached her side. I have the utmost confidence in Ms. Bishop and her abilities. She informed me of her strategy long before the trial started. What made you choose her? Another reporter asked. He looked down at her. She's an excellent lawyer. And from what I've been told, one of the best in the city. The session lasted another 5 questions, then his bodyguard led them to the car, silence surrounding them after they closed their doors. Clifford chuckled as he cracked the top of a mini bottle of José Cuervo. His offer to share rejected, he swallowed the rest down. Are you going to apologize now? Mia shirked back. Apologize? For what? For that debacle of an opening statement. If the trial were to end today, I would be found guilty. Good thing it doesn't end today. Stop being so fucking arrogant. My reputation is on the line. Not yours. I'll probably end up going to jail if I leave you in charge. What are you saying? He massaged his temples, his lips moving, but his words inaudible. I'm not sure if this is working out. Maybe we should think about parting ways. We haven't gotten that far, so my defense can still be salvaged. I'll pay you whatever you want. Her response was half chuckle, half sneer. Now I see why you have a problem with women. Excuse me. You're so fickle. You're a commitment phobe. That would have probably been better to use than sleazebag. After instructing the driver to stop, she pushed her door open. Where are you going? I drove. Climbing out, Mia stuck her head back inside. I never thought of you as a quitter. I really thought it was always the lawyer's fault when you fired them. Now I see that they never had a chance because you didn't believe in them. We have one day before we have to go back to court. I'll send an invoice tomorrow morning. Mia dashed. The door slammed in his face. He lost track of her as the paparazzi shark pool crowded around his car. Greeted with a busy signal when he attempted to call her, he hung up and called again. 3 rejections later, he instructed his driver to pull off. Scanning the windows, he asked, "Do you see her?" Silver cars of all makes and models filled the parking lot, but he hadn't seen hers. His heart dropped into his stomach at the thought of possibly never seeing her again. Stop. He hopped out. I'll find a way home. He then jogged back towards the courthouse. Mia welcomed the quiet of the office. Her steps were slow as she walked through the rows of desks, her fingertips gliding across the tops of the chairs. She was reminded of everything she'd been through and the countless hours she'd put in to rise to her current position. She knew that she was a damn good lawyer. Her record stated that. Anyone that worked with her would have said the same. Clifford firing her wasn't technically a loss, so her record would remain intact. In spite of this logic, it still didn't sit right with her. She'd only been fired once before, and that was when she'd still been in her teens. Sitting in one of the chairs took her back to when she was still a fresh-faced recruit. It didn't take long for her to realize that real law was nothing like the TV shows. The longer she sat, the more she remembered why she became a lawyer in the first place, to be a defender and a crusader for her clients. Removing her phone from her purse, she opened the recorder and tapped the newest recording. Her voice ruptured the silence. During this trial, I'll show you how Mr. Knight, though he is a sleazebag, is not guilty. I remind you that this trial isn't about his personality or lack of morals. My client didn't hide money overseas. He's cheated the system, but not in this way. Thank you. She pressed her palms into her forehead, her groan warming her forearms. Listening to it again, she agreed with Clifford, she deserved to be fired. Moving the mouse around brought the screen on the computer in front of her to life. Turning her brain off, she began to type. Clifford, you have every right to feel as you do. I bombed that opening statement. I don't mean to make excuses, but my head wasn't in the game. And because of that, you're in a worse position than when you started. I won't apologize because I know it's not going to make up for what I've done, or rather, what I've failed to do. I won't add any flowery words or beg you to take me back. We both know I have too much pride for that. What I will do is convince the best lawyer I know to take your case. I'm more than confident he'll be able to fix it. I want you to know that I didn't mean anything I said. I don't think you're a sleazebag. And I know you're not guilty. I have thoroughly enjoyed our time together. It sucks because we were just finding our groove. Maybe now, if you ever forgive me, we can be friends. I'd like to get to know you more. You're a good man. You'll beat this. Don't ever doubt that. The lawyer's business card is in the envelope. Wait a couple of days before calling so I can work my magic. If you decide to never speak to me again, which I totally understand, it was nice knowing you. Good luck on your business. I hope you get everything you're after. Your former partner, Mia Bishop. The paper was warm after it came out of the printer. She took her time in folding it, slapping it in her hand as she searched for an envelope. She found the door to Milton's office unlocked when she turned the knob. Rummaging through the drawers, her elbow hit the mouse, causing the computer screen to light up. Clifford's picture stopped her in her tracks. Milton had been reading the same article about his past that she had read. The stack of files crashed to the floor after she sat down. What the? She picked up and analyzed each photo one by one. They each featured Clifford and a man meeting in various locations. The proximity of their faces and the fact that they were watching over each other's shoulders signaled that they didn't want the conversation heard. There were notes scrawled on the backs. Possible MFH/MHF? What does that mean? A bright white light streamed through the window. Her knees thudded on the ground. Stuffing the photo through the top of her shirt, she crawled to the door. She watched as Milton conducted his imaginary symphony while waiting for the coffee machine to finish up. The gurgling stopped a minute later. With him walking toward her, she scooted closer to the wall, bumping into the floor lamp. Her eyes were wide with horror as she watched it teeter back and forth. Milton's humming grew louder as he got closer. He stopped at the awakened computer screen. Shit, Mia hissed. She had forgotten to exit out of the letter. Her eyes suddenly dropped to her hip. Milton was holding his phone to his ear. Call me back ASAP. I found your letter. I know you feel bad about your opening statement, but remember what I taught. No case is unwinnable. And I don't hire quitters. Call me. Tripping over the desk leg caused the hot coffee to splatter across his chest. Mia slipped out of the office as soon as he turned his back. Back on her hand and knees, she navigated the maze of desks, not stopping until she reached her own office. From there, she waited until she heard his door close to sneak out of the building.
Chapter 5. Clifford slapped the cap back on the pen after he finished signing the document. He leaned back in his chair and intertwined his fingers behind his head. His assistant, Nikki, knocked before entering. "This came for you," she said, tossing the envelope on his desk. He tore off the right side and pulled the paper out. He sat up straighter as he scanned the words, leaning forward by the time he reached the bottom. His lips pulled back from his teeth as he balled it up. Knowing that Mia wouldn't accept his calls, he dialed her from his office phone. "Mia Bishop speaking. Don't hang up, please." He listened to her breathing for a few seconds before continuing. "I got your letter. Good. I'll email the invoice later this afternoon. It shouldn't set you back too much. I'm sorry, Mia. I didn't mean dash. You have nothing to apologize for, she said. I'm the one who messed up. I talked to my partner, he's agreed to take you on. I don't want him. I want you. I want to still work with you. I didn't mean what I said. Your opening statement was terrible, but I know that it had to be for a good reason. He closed his door and sat on the edge of his desk. How are you? Never better. I'm about to take a lunch break. Would you mind if I come pick you up? I think it would be better if we talk in person. The noise coming through the speaker quieted. You still there? If you're not available, I'd love to take you. The phone clicked, the dial tone appearing shortly thereafter. What do you mean he's on his way to see me? Mia said. Mom, you know I don't want anything to do with him. He's your father, Mia. You can't avoid him forever. Just sit down and talk to him. The thought of seeing her father brought back memories of her conversation with Clifford. She'd panicked when he'd asked about her pain. Tamara was the only one that knew the true cause, and she damn sure wasn't ready for Clifford to know. Him asking about it was a signal that her facade was beginning to crack, that people could see her, and that was the last thing she needed. Or wanted. Also, talking about the problem made it real. Well, when is he supposed to get in town? Hey, baby girl. Mia's mouth dropped open. She turned her head just enough to see him out the corner of her eye. Felt like years has passed since the last time she'd seen him. She didn't want to move, but her mind willed her feet to turn around. He's here. Call you back. That your mom? She nodded. William remained in his spot, the light brightening the reds and pinks in the bouquet he held. I got you these. He extended his arm. Thank you. They're nice. Unable to look at his face, she observed his frame, noticing that he'd lost a few pounds. I was just about to go to lunch. Would you like to join me? Her tone was professional to ensure that he didn't confuse the state of their relationship. That would be great. As long as you're not busy. I'm not. She slid into her jacket and walked past him. I only have to entertain him for half an hour and he'll be out of my hair. And hopefully my life. The conversation was light and casual. Both Mia and William did a good job at skating around the issue. William stopped her before she reached into her purse. No, ma'am. You know I don't let a woman pay when she's with me. Especially my daughter. No telling how many women that is. Mia thanked the waiter for taking her plate. She wished she'd chosen a different restaurant, the scenery making it hard to stay mad. The vibrant greens, blues, and reds surrounding her reminded her to be grateful. The restaurant was also one they'd used to frequent when she was younger. She couldn't help but think of the good times. Remember when you dropped your ice cream? He said. You cried so hard. You thought it was the end of the world. Mom got mad at you because you bought me another. She said it was a good lesson in taking responsibility for my actions. She said with a laugh. I was waiting all day for that ice cream. I spent 3 whole hours making my room spotless. I couldn't wait for you to get home. I know. You jumped right into my arms as soon as I came through the door. William stared across the street. I taught you how to ride a bike over there. You still owe me $1, you know. You said you could teach me in an hour. If I remember correctly, it took 32 minutes. You don't want to pay up, that's cool. His laughter slowed to a giggle before dying off completely. They attempted to speak at the same time. His nod granted her permission to go first. I enjoyed this. He smiled. Maybe we can do it again soon. I'm in town for a while. He held her hand. I know things aren't normal right now and that it'll take a little while to get back there, but I want to work on it. I'm sorry for hurting you, baby girl. All the initial questions she had rushed back into her mind. She settled on the most important one. Why? Why what? He asked. Why did you cheat on .us? Mia sucked down a good amount of juice to keep her throat from tightening. Her father's knuckles rapped on the table. He squirmed in his chair, his eyes bouncing from place to place. Each time he opened his mouth, he closed it without speaking. There is no reason, he finally said. I knew exactly what I was doing. I knew the consequences, but I did it anyway. You didn't do anything wrong. Your mother didn't do anything. It was all my fault. His shoulders dropped as he spoke. I take full responsibility for my actions. and I know full well the damage they've caused. I'll do whatever I have to make it up to you. It was happening again. Another man promising to make up for his shortcomings. One of the two had managed to do so. I want you back. I miss you, baby girl. Mia was about to answer when someone called her name. Her words dropped, as did her stomach, upon seeing Clifford jogging toward her. Her palm smacked her forehead. She tightened her hand around her father's to keep him from looking back. She only had a few seconds to compose herself before he was standing in front of her. Mia. Hi, Clifford. What are you doing here? I went to your office. I got worried after the phone hung up. William cleared his throat. Who's this? Clifford's face dropped. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. She could see the gears turning in his head. Wanting to make him more uncomfortable, she rested her fingers between William's. I love you. You don't know how long I've been waiting to hear that, William said. Does that mean we can start trying to work this out? There's a show I want to take you to later in the week. He pulled his phone from his pocket. Gotta take this. Be right back, baby girl. You want to sit? She asked. Clifford couldn't get comfortable switching his legs, left over right, right over left. He rested his hands in his lap, then rested his right arm on the table. He stood once more. Like I said, I didn't mean to interrupt. Have a seat, Clifford. You're not interrupting anything. I'm actually glad you're here. I don't think your boyfriend feels the same way, unfortunately. He's not my boyfriend, she said. His back relaxed into the chair. Not your type. I love my dad. But that would be weird to say the least. He glanced in William's direction, returning his wave. He turned his head to find Mia's arrogant grin. He couldn't look away as she swirled her tongue around the tip of her straw. Dad. He looked in William's direction once more. He looks good for his age. I'm not going to say what I want to say. She stuck her straw into the fresh glass of cranberry juice. What can I do for you, Mr. Knight? It wasn't hard for her to guess why he was there. The letter. She kept her phone hidden as she checked the text that had caused it to vibrate. How's it going? Surprisingly well. Thanks for not telling me he was coming. I probably would have run. Told you. We need to go out to dinner or something. Feels like I haven't seen you in ages. Time and place on you. K. Proud of you for facing your fears. Thanks, Mommy. You're the best. Clifford was looking at her when she looked up. William jogged back to the table and told her that he had an emergency at work and had to leave. You got the same number right? He asked before kissing her cheek. I'll call you about the show. You want to go, right? Just let me know when you're coming to pick me up. She wrapped her arms around his neck. Thanks for sneaking up on me, Daddy. Good to know I don't have to do that anymore. He kissed her cheek again before jogging towards the parking lot. Clifford watched the scene with envy. He managed to put a smile on when she sat back down. His face straightened a moment later. I got your letter. I didn't mean what I said after the trial. I want you to be my lawyer. I want to keep working together. He stretched his arm across the table. I want to be partners again. Mia didn't speak for a long while. I don't know. He grabbed her hand. That's okay. Mia, I trust you. I haven't figured out why quite yet. But I do. The gravity of his words didn't hit him right away. One of the earliest lessons life had taught him was to trust no one. And in extreme cases not to trust even himself. He'd learned to always look for the underlying agenda, because everyone had one. His years in business had hardened him into a defensive cynic, though his pessimistic attitude had taken root years earlier. To trust someone was to be vulnerable. He didn't mind being vulnerable with her. I'll pay you double, and I'll do whatever you say, she chuckled to herself. You would think you were the one who messed up. I want you back. Her silence lasted another couple of minutes. Please, Mia. I've already caused too much damage, she finally said. She removed some money for her wallet and placed it on the table. I'm not good for you. You're perfect for me. He was unsuccessful in backtracking. I mean, we're a good team, and it's so early in the trial. Still seeing trepidation in her eyes, he said, You were right about the lawyers. I fired them all for one trivial reason or another. They did nothing wrong. She crossed her arms over her chest, content to listen. She felt powerful, having a man of Clifford's stature begging her. On the inside, she giggled at his puppy dog eyes. She found him to be much more handsome without his scowl. She found herself wanting to see more of him in that way. His voice disappeared the longer he talked. Her mind had been made up as soon as she saw him running towards her. Allowing him to plead was just a ploy of satisfying her ego. "I'll get on my knees right now," he said. "Please don't do that. I'm not sure if your knees can take it. I'll take that and any other joke you throw at me if it means you'll take me back." She looked at him out of the corner of her eye. "You'll pay me double. I'll do whatever you want." Clifford scooted to the edge of his chair, his right knee pointing toward the concrete. The move drew the attention of the patrons around them. They watched with mouths open and expectant eyes. A couple of women covered the lower halves of their faces with their hands, their smiles leaking out of the sides. He winced as he dropped to his knee but didn't show any other discomfort as he took her hand. "Mia, I don't know your middle name, Bishop. Would you do the honor of helping me maintain my freedom? With the check you'll get at the end of the trial, you'll be able to buy a diamond the size of your fist." People began to lean in their direction. Something ignited inside of her as she looked down at him. She liked the way his hand felt as it traveled back and forth across the back of her hand. She liked the way his hand wrapped around hers, at least double in size, its warmth traveling up her arm. The attention went to her head. She remained quiet to increase the tension. Her eyes slid to the right then to the left. Everyone was looking at her. Her answer was a single nod. "She said yes," someone said. A round of applause burst around them. Clifford scooped her into his arms and twirled her around. Setting her back down, he placed his forehead against hers. 2 flashes blinded him. He caught a glimpse of the rogue cameraman before he disappeared around the corner. Pecking her cheek, he gave chase. The cameraman was breathing hard, his back against the wall when Clifford arrived. He cradled the camera lens, raising the other hand into the air. "Please don't hurt me. Give me the camera. I can't." "Yes, you can," Clifford said, inching toward him. "And you will. This shot'll make my career. Please." Clifford rested his hand on the man's shoulder. "I'm not saying your intentions aren't pure, but I can't be sure about the person you're working for. Since you took the picture, you know who I am. Since you know that, you know I can't afford any scandals right now." The man nodded. Clifford slipped the camera from the man's neck. After removing the SD card, he gave it back to him. He then removed his wallet from his pocket. Taking out the bills, he placed them inside of the man's jacket. For being so understanding, he snapped the card in half and smashed it into the ground. He began walking back toward the street. He turned around. "Spread the word to your friends. I'm off limits until the trial is over." When his back was turned, the man pulled out another card. Clifford stopped upon hearing the familiar clicks. Bearing down on the man, the vibration of his fist punching into the wall reached his shoulders and he slammed the man against the hard brick. He snatched the camera and threw it to the ground. The man's pleas fell on deaf ears. He reared his fist back. "Clifford." Both of them craned their necks in the direction of the voice. Mia was standing at the mouth of alley. Clifford took 2 steps back after letting the man go. He lingered in the spot for a few seconds before continuing to retreat. The glare was more than enough warning as to what would happen. "Mia, what's the maximum penalty for libel and slander?" "Up to 2 years in jail." He flashed his famous grin. Always good to have one of the best lawyers in the city on your payroll. When he reached her, he hooked her hand around his arm. "Remember what I said, friend. No pictures until after the trial." "So you're back on?" Tamara asked. "Looks like it. It's good too because I really didn't want to leave things the way they were." The opening statement still left a bad taste in her mouth. An emergency meeting with the judge granted her a 2-week stay. She spent the majority of the first week acquiring any and all information she could find on Clifford, much of which was provided by Tamara's skill. Tamara stopped talking mid-sentence, her eyes glued to the TV. When asked what was wrong, she pointed to the screen. It was a picture of Clifford down on his knee. Fuck, Mia said. Fuck. Retrieving her phone, she saw that she'd missed 10 calls. She answered it on the first ring. Everything's going to be fine. I don't need this right now, Clifford said. God damn it. I can't do anything without somebody watching. She continued to watch the screen while listening to his curses. Though she was concerned, she couldn't help notice how happy she looked. The joy on her face almost looked genuine. It's just because me and Dad made up. Did you hear what I said, Mia? He asked. I already have someone out looking for the source. If anyone asks you about the picture, tell them the truth. That we're nothing and that was just me making a joke. Okay? Aha. She hung up the phone, caught up on the word nothing. She knew full well that they weren't together, but she wouldn't have minded pretending. That's gonna make trouble for the case, Tamara said. She put on her jacket and headed for the door, telling Mia that she was going to put her ear to the ground. You'd be surprised how much PIs and the paparazzi have in common. Yeah, you're always following around people that don't want to be followed. Mia laughed at the middle finger she stuck up, giving her a slap on the butt after they hugged. After Tamara left, she sat in the middle of the couch, pressing the button that made the screen freeze, a picture of Clifford by himself appearing. She analyzed Clifford's face, as she'd done numerous times before. Grabbing a pad and pen, she began to write all the things that put her off, starting with his smirk. His hair, styled in a perfect quiff haircut. His perfect-fitting tailored suit. His flawless prefect skin. Closing her eyes, she was able to hear him speak with his perfect grammar and diction. His fingernails were cut in a perfectly straight line. His shoes shined until they showed his perfect reflection. Everything about him was neat. Not a hair was out of place. Even the way his wallet was positioned in his back pocket made it so that his butt had the perfect curve. In writing her list, she found that nothing was wrong with him. And that was the problem. He was too perfect. Most lawyers forget that jurors are regular people. They aren't able to connect with a man that's making 10x as much money as they are. Remembering this, she began to see the opening statement as a blessing. She also came up with an idea of how to use the picture. Searching for her phone, Mia put it on speaker as she wrote 3 words at the bottom of the page. Make more human. Mia, I'm sorry, but I don't have time to talk right now, Clifford said. I have 3 other people on the line. Tell them the picture is real. Why the hell would I do that? It'll show another side of you. Right now, you're unrelatable. You need to make yourself look more human. The chaos in the background quieted. You're too perfect right now. We need to dirty up your image. The line remained silent. Hello. I don't think it's a good idea. She asked where he was. Meet me at your house in an hour.
Chapter 6. What better way than to make you more human by showing everyone that you're happy? Clifford tugged on his earlobe. The sensation caused his eyes to roll. When he opened them, he found her looking at him. My mom used to do this when I couldn't sleep. It was the first time he'd revealed anything about his family. Funny how something so simple has the power to reveal the stress that's accumulated throughout the day. That's cute. He stopped, grunting as he climbed to his feet. I don't appreciate you making fun of me. I wasn't, she said. It's good. That's the side of you that you need the jurors to see. We're going to win this case by reminding them that you were like them at one point in time. Way back in time. She laughed as he fell back beside her, thanking him after he filled her glass. She smacked her lips after swallowing the burgundy liquid down. This is really good. It better be. It cost $8,000 a bottle. She managed to catch the liquid before it shot from her lips. Coughing it down, she dabbed her mouth before asking him to repeat what he just said. Yep. It's a 1990 Domaine Leroy Chamberlain Grand Cru. That's younger than you. I thought the best wines were the old ones. Vintage, he said. Napoleon drank this. He swirled the glass, wafting the scents toward his nose. He invited her to a sniff. Smell that? Mia scrunched her nose. She held her breath to avoid from exhaling. After several seconds, she said, I smell wine. Clifford huffed, shaking his head. Some people just don't get it. He took a large inhale of the liquid before throwing it back. That's the problem. I'm by no means living paycheck to paycheck, but I don't even know the first thing about wine. We can't have the jury seeing you as the big-shot handsome businessman who not only has more money than he'll ever be able to spend, but who's cheating the system to get more. She hopped to her feet, offering her hand to help him up. She then turned on some music. Turning the lights off, she pushed the coffee table to the side. Snapping along with the beat, she began twisting her hips. What are you doing? Dancing. Come on, you're not that old. I know you had some signature moves back in the day. I'm not old. I'm seasoned. There's a difference. Then show me what you've got. Mia added a spin between the side steps. Come on, old man. He watched her as she spun and dipped, laughing as she did the swim move. His feet were ready to move, but his brain was too busy questioning itself, unable to produce a memory from the last time he danced. The song switched to one from his childhood, his mother's favorite, Surfin' USA. He began a simple two-step, his arms remaining stiff by his sides. That's it, Knight. Now all you've got to do is loosen up. I don't see how this is helping anything. It's fun, she said, pulling him into the center of the floor. You can't be too old to remember how to have fun. I bet you can't outdance me. His competitive spirit had been sparked. He bent his knees and held his arms out to the side as if he was surfing. Jumping into the air, he landed facing the opposite direction. Circling his hips made it look like he was off balance. On one leg, he snaked his arms through the air. He was in the snorkeling portion of the swim dance when an old-school hip-hop song came on. Mia reached for the phone. No, leave it. Clifford rolled his sleeves up. He suddenly became more pliable and bouncier. Guessing the amount of space he had, he set the table on the couch and pushed it against the wall. His brows were pulled together as he walked back and forth. Placing both hands on the ground, he kicked his feet into the air. He began pacing once more. After some time, he began to unbutton his shirt. He repeated the move. I don't know what you're thinking about doing, but please don't hurt yourself. Get back, little girl. Nodding his head to the beat, he allowed it to sweep through his veins and bones. Without warning, he spun himself into a windmill. Mia's face resembled the women's at the restaurant, her hands covering her mouth, her eyes wide. He stopped on his side with his head propped up on his fist and his legs stretched out. After catching his breath, he hopped to his feet. Pay up. We didn't shake on it. In business, your word is your handshake. He went into the kitchen, returning with a towel and a bottle of water. After he dabbed himself dry, he replaced the table and couch to their original places. Falling onto the couch, he propped his feet up. It's been so long since I did that. She replayed the scene in her mind after he'd gotten up again, the banging and clanging interrupting the process. She read the bottle's label as he poured 2 glasses. Good old Jack Daniels. I thought you would have some 200-year-old bourbon. It gets the job done. He tapped his glass against hers and swallowed the drink down. His hair clumped between his fingers as he combed them through it. Dabbing his chest caused the coils to lay straight. I gotta do that more often. I've created a monster, she said, laughing. When did you learn how to do that? Me and a couple of buddies were heavy into the hip-hop scene when it first got started. I guess it's like riding a bike. The longer he talked, the more she became distracted by how well he looked in his undershirt. It was clear that he spent a decent amount of time in the gym, his arms toned, his pecs built to a nice size and shape. He also managed to somehow make his stomach remain flat despite breathing deep. Unlike most people of his tone, his arms were all one color, demonstrating that he spent an equal amount of time out of his shirt as he did in it. "Can I ask you something?" He gave her his full attention. "How many pairs of jeans do you own?" "2, he said. "And one's a backup that has yet to see the light of day." "We're going shopping tomorrow." "I'm swamped tomorrow. My day is jammed-packed with meetings." "I also promised a couple of reporters an interview about the picture." "And I dash." "I wasn't asking." She slid the glass out his hand, keeping an eye on him as she drank. "We're going shopping tomorrow." Matter of fact, she began walking toward his bedroom. The fancy furniture and art were a blur as she continued into his closet. Just as he said, there was nothing but suits. Dark gray suits, light gray suits, blue suits in various shades, black suits. There was even a maroon-colored one. His shirts were color-coordinated, the ones not hanging up were neatly packed in their drawers, which were arranged by color as well. Throughout her search, she found expensive watches and sports-themed cufflinks, but had yet to come across the jeans. He was standing behind her when she turned around. "Where are they?" The right corner of his mouth lifted. "You'll never find them." "Is that a challenge?" "You already owe me." "Double or nothing?" Mia's eyes narrowed. She held out her hand. 10 minutes. 10 minutes, he repeated. Pulling out a chair, he sat down and crossed one leg over the other, his smirk still visible. He nodded upon seeing the timer. "Have at it." Mia was breathless after the 10 minutes were over. More importantly, she was jeansless. It hurt her to face him. Clifford said nothing as he went into the bedroom. He returned with a large white box. Setting it on the counter, he carefully peeled away the strips of tape. He then slid it toward her and sat back down. "You didn't tell me I could look in the bedroom." "You didn't ask. And by the looks of it, I'm glad you didn't." Clothes were strewn about the floor and counters. There was a pile of shoes in the middle of the mess. "I was being thorough." His chuckle followed her as she walked past him. Back in the living room, they discussed the particulars of the plan. They were going to tell the press that they'd been dating for 6 months and had been going on private vacations to keep it a secret. The drinks were being poured at a steady clip, loosening both of them up. Beginning with their present-day selves in mind, they invited each into their pasts, relaying the different pivot points of their lives. Mia talked about the day she became partner and when she won her first case. She followed up with graduating law school with honors. He talked about his first millions dollars and when he finally stood up to his mentor, who he found out was taking credit for his successes. He followed it up with buying, flipping, and selling his first house, recalling how ugly it was, despite the $40,000 he put into it. "The day my parents got divorced," she said. "Still feeling it to this day." "I'm sorry." "How old were you when they split up?" 25, a snort interrupted her laughter. "I know I'm grown, but it still hurt. I thought their relationship was perfect." "No relationship is perfect," he said. Pouring what remained in the bottle into his glass, he poured half of it into her glass. "Trust me, I know." His gulp was audible. "I think that's it for me. It's a good thing we're going shopping tomorrow or I'd have hell to pay. My dad was my dream guy. I thought he was Superman. That was the problem. You forgot he was a man." And men make mistakes. Clifford let out a sigh of relief after he came out of his shirt. Drinking always makes me hot for some reason. Noticing the look on her face, he apologized. I'll put it back on if you're uncomfortable. Mia shook herself out of the trance. I'm fine as long as you don't take your pants off. The bass in his laugh complemented the soprano in hers. What about you? How are your parents? If I'm going to be your pretend girlfriend, I need to know their names, at least. He scratched the back of his neck. Not too much to say about them. My mom's name is Deborah, every calls her Debbie. My dad's name is Scott. They're not together anymore. Divorce? A moment of silence followed. He died when I was younger. I don't talk about him much. Her inebriation made her wrap her arms around him. She separated herself immediately. I'm sorry. The whiskey. It's fine. It was nice. She wound her arms back around his neck and rested her head against his. She scooted closer to him after he rested a hand on her leg. They remained quiet for a long while, enjoying one another's warmth. She was beginning to give in to sleep when she felt herself being lifted. With an arm still around his neck and half her face buried in her chest, she made a comment about driving home. As your pretend boyfriend, I forbid you to drive. Well, pretend boyfriend, you would do well in remembering that I don't like being told what to do. We can argue about it when you wake up. Clifford held her with one hand while he pulled the sheets back. He watched her for a couple of seconds after she turned her back to him. I had fun tonight. Thanks, Cliff. Me too. Sweet dreams, love. Bending down to kiss her temple, he hesitated. He froze after she turned to face him, relaxing upon hearing her snores. His kiss was light. He brushed her hair off her face and watched her a few more seconds before leaving the room. The smell of bacon awakened Mia's senses. Rubbing her legs across the sheets, it took her no time to realize that they were too soft to be her own. Sitting up, she scanned the room, not recognizing anything in it. Whistling drew her attention to the hallway. Her feet landed on something soft. She was wearing one of his shirts, his woodsy cologne strong as she sniffed it. There was a knock at the door and Clifford came in when she called out. She smiled at him. How'd you sleep? I'm thinking about stealing your sheets. He tossed her a set from the drawer. I have plenty of other colors if you don't like that one. Reading the package, she said, How do you know I have a king-sized bed? Have you seen yourself sleep? Handing her the tray, he sat down. A moan slipped from her throat as she tore off a piece of bacon. This makes up for watching me sleep. Towels are already in the bathroom. I have to make a quick run, he said. We can go shopping when I get back. He had a foot out the door when he turned around. I put your clothes in the wash. They should be done drying the dryer buzz right now. He flashed his teeth before leaving, his voice trailing behind him a second later. After showering and dressing, Mia decided to explore the house. She noticed there weren't any pictures of him when he was young, just like the internet. With Clifford being a neat freak, everything was in its proper place. In his office, he had separate drawers for bills, business deals, business proposals, and his current projects. As she was scanning the spines in his library, the only blank one caught her attention. Pulling it back revealed a small secret compartment which had a small safe. She was about to guess the code when she remembered that she didn't know anything about him. Continuing to search the room, she came across a lockbox. She worked and poked a paperclip around until the lock popped. There was a yellow picture featuring a beautiful young woman holding a little boy's hand. You've looked the same your entire life. Flipping it over revealed that the woman was Clifford's mom. She snapped a copy with her phone. Pushing it into her back pocket, she read over the rest of the documents, which included his birth certificate, a copy of his social security card, and some old tax returns. A door closed. Mia slammed the lid shut and threw the box back in its place. She straightened up after closing the door. What were you doing in there? Snooping. Meeting him halfway, she said, I didn't find anything interesting though. For a billionaire, you're actually pretty boring. I guess that means you didn't find the secret room. He chuckled after her eyes widened. His arm slid around her waist as if it were made to be there. You ready, honey? He pressed his lips into her cheek. At least you're already in character. Mia adjusted herself in the chair, making the back of her shirt rise. At the insistence of the annoying prickling sensation, she reached around to scratch. Shock stretched her features upon feeling the evidence. She eased the photo out of the pocket. The curtain slid open. She stuffed it back down, wincing as it crinkled. Clifford emerged in a pair of dark denim jeans and a plain white t-shirt. Paired with the loafers, he looked like a much more relaxed version of himself. The tailor helped him slide into a cardigan. His face showed no emotion as he looked himself in the mirror. He'd always been his worst critic. The supreme confidence he had become known for started as a defense mechanism. Deep down, in a part of him that he might not have been able to find if pressed, lied the things that were the basis of all the decisions he made, his insecurities, particularly rejection and failure. He watched Mia through the mirror. The more he observed her, the more he found to like about her. She wasn't antsy like most women he knew, and he recognized that staring at her phone was to combat the lack of things to look at in the store. He found that the most attractive thing about her was her ability to be present. Every few seconds she would glance up, perhaps checking to see if he was still there, if he was real. She said, "We're finally getting somewhere." Mia adjusted the shirt across his shoulders. "Are you comfortable?" He felt the muscles in his jaw clench. "Take that as a no." "No, it's good. I just never had a woman ask me that before." "Sounds like you need to start picking better women." Her smile was the last thing he saw before she returned to her seat. The blue from the screen gave her skin a subtle glow. Next. She waited a few seconds to be sure he wasn't coming back out. In her haste, the corner of the photo ripped when she pulled it out. "Everything all right out there?" Clifford asked. "Thought I cracked my skin." Hearing the jeans slide against his skin, she hurriedly snapped 3 pictures. Then she texted them to Tamara. Mia managed to slide the photo underneath her thigh just before he reemerged. He was back in his normal clothes. "Your turn. We're not here for me. I know there's something you like out there. You can get whatever you like. I don't need you to buy me clothes. Besides, I have plenty. Too many. I don't even wear half the stuff I have." He grabbed her hand, telling the tailor to put whatever was in the dressing room on his tab. "Why are we here?" Mia asked as they pulled up to her house. "You have a problem and I'm going to help you with it. I'm also going to create another income stream for you." He reached over her to open the door, climbing out after her. His excitement grew as they made their way to the door. He was a firm believer that the state of a person's home was a reflection of their mental state. Though he tried to curb his expectations, he prepared for the worst, readying himself to see dirty floors, stained couches, a mound of dishes in the sink, and evidence of a man having been present in recent days. The last thought made him pause. After pushing her key into the lock, Mia turned to face him. This is a huge step in our fake relationship. I don't want you to think differently of me once you get inside. He chuckled before saying, I'm not going to think differently of you, Mia. You would have to sleep with me for that to happen. Well, that's not happening anytime soon, so we're good. She remained facing him as she turned the key, stepping backward into the house. Once inside, she explained the layout of the house and gave him a mini tour, conveniently leaving out her bedroom. Your closet is in your bedroom, correct? She nodded. Don't you think you should show me it? After all, we're here to purge. Purge what? Your closet. There's never a good reason to be a hoarder. He brushed past her, his hand on the doorknob when she slid between it and him. It must be pretty bad. It's not. Then let me in. Her lips curled. You haven't earned it yet. 2 fingers to his chest guided him backward. This is still a new thing, sir. We're still getting to know each other. I know you're used to going 100 miles per hour, but this is a 20 miles per hour relationship, sir. She instructed him to have a seat before disappearing into the room. The punishment was actually a blessing in disguise. The living room held captured memories of significant events that Mia had told him about. He was most taken by the ones that featured her in her younger form, her 2 front teeth missing, the smile contrasting with the large gash on the front of her knee. He assumed her father had taken the photo because her mother was standing next to her, worry all over her face. Another showed her playing basketball. He was holding the frame when she entered the room. After tossing the mountain of clothes on the floor, she sat next to him. That was the championship game. I had 20 points, 11 assists and 6 rebounds. You're looking at the YMCA 2002 championship MVP. 2002? You're still a baby. Putting the picture down, he picked up the one of her parents. They look happy. Smiles hide a lot. They did a good job because I had no idea they weren't happy. She redirected her attention to the clothes in an obvious attempt at changing the topic. We might as well get to it. I have more clothes than I thought I did. She held the topmost shirt over her chest and poked her lip out. I really liked this when I bought it. Without warning, she pulled her shirt over her head. She then stood, putting her midriff on display. Clifford closed his mouth and averted his eyes. What do you think? The low cut called his gaze to her chest. Bits of jealousy began to present themselves as he imagined what was going through the minds of the men who got to see her in the shirt. It looks good. A little tight. I can stand to lose a couple pounds. You're perfect. I mean, there's nothing wrong with you. You look great the way you are. He smacked his forehead. If you still want it, I can get my tailor to make some alterations. I don't like this, she said, pulling a dress over her head. With no hesitation, Mia stepped out of her pants. The silky material slid easily over her skin. She smoothed the dress out on her thighs, the fabric conforming to their size and shape. It melted onto her curves, the cream color the only thing that differentiated it from her skin. Clifford swallowed the extra saliva. Don't like what? You being so nice. Go back to being the asshole. I was starting to like him. His gaze flowed over her body, taking every inch of its softness as she checked herself in the mirror. Starting at her fingertips, which held her hair on the top of her head, he traced the line that descended down her arm to her ribcage, his eyes lingering on the spot where her breast connected to her torso. His lips parted once more. He was a breast man. He followed the perfect curve of her ass which led to her strong legs, the tour ending with her French pedicured toes. He forced his eyes back to her face, not confident he would be able to keep from touching her if they reversed course. I think I'm keeping this one. I might wear it to court. You don't think it's too revealing? I might need to cut the neck hole lower. She winked at him. The courtroom is no different than the strip club. Sex sells. Clifford bit his tongue, reminding himself that their relationship wasn't real. If you think that's best. He appreciated the fact that she'd gotten so comfortable around him, changing clothes, being vulnerable with no fear. He liked that she wasn't ashamed of her body. The discolored skin that stretched across her hips gave her character. The scars on her legs showed that she wasn't afraid of adventure. Even her birthmark was cute. Located in the center of her inner thigh, he wondered how many men were aware of it. And how they came to be aware of it. And how long it took for them to become aware of it. The question burned in his mind. When was your last real relationship? She said, depends on how you define real. When was the last time you were in love? Mia allowed her arms to fall to her sides, continuing to face the mirror. 3 years ago. The relationship ended 3 years ago, I mean. The change in her demeanor told him that it had ended badly. We don't have to talk about it. It's cool, I'm over it now. She changed outfits as she talked. The bits that were still sensitive manifested themselves in the way she ripped the clothes off the hangers. His name was Darren, and he was the reason, perhaps even the catalyst for her joining the feminist movement. Her quest for making partner partially stemmed from the verbal abuse she'd sustained, him constantly reminding her that she wasn't good enough, smart enough, or pretty enough to amount of anything of substance. There was not a moment when she was with him where she didn't question herself. Though they didn't show, rather, she didn't allow them to show. The scars still lingered. As your pretend boyfriend, I just want you to know that if I ever run into him, I'll kick his ass. You'll kick his ass? She asked, smiling. I'll give the order and my security team will kick his ass. Though he was laughing, she could tell he was serious. What was his last name? Houghton. She snapped around. Snatching the phone out of his hand, she saw that he was in the process of performing a Google search. You don't have to worry about him. He's long gone. Plus, if we were to run into him, I would have to get the first shot. I still got a lot of shit that I need to take out on him. Clifford pushed the ottoman out of the center of the room. After tossing the clothes on the couch, he removed his shirt and shoes. He then began stretching his arms, back, and neck. Come on. What are you talking about? You said you have a lot of pent-up anger. We need to get that out of you. I'm fine. I'm over it, she said. He picked up his phone. A few seconds later, he showed her the screen, Darren's Facebook profile on display. His thumb hovered over the friend button. If you're over it, then you can have a civilized lunch with him. I can have lunch with him. He hunched his shoulders. Okay. She moved too late to stop him from pressing the button. His arms were too long, preventing her from reaching the phone. Her pleads were ignored. Her eyes widened with horror as she watched him type the message. Again, there was no stopping him. Done. Why did you do that? I don't want to have lunch with him. Throwing herself onto the pile on clothes, she combed her fingers through her hair, letting out an exasperated breath. Her anger welled up the longer she thought about his face. His features were still clear in her mind. Darren Houghton was the worst of all men. Good-looking, smart, eloquent in speech and appearance. He was knowledgeable in a lot of subjects, meaning that he could blend in with any crowd. This knowledge also made him think that he was better than most of the people he came across. The packaging was spectacular. But as the saying goes, if something looks too good to be true, it usually is. Underneath the shiny exterior was an insecure child. Having been bullied when he was younger, his bravado was a way of keeping those feelings at bay. This surfaced as an incomprehensible need to control others. Mia remembered not being able to take a shower or go to the restroom without permission. She remembered the precise portions he fed her, habit still causing her to sometimes eat at the times he required when they were together. "Cancel it." "I already made a reservation," Clifford said. "I don't care. I don't want to see him." "Cancel it." There it is. The anger. You need to let it out, Mia. It's holding you back. Nothing made her more angry than someone telling her how she felt. "I'm not angry. I'm over it. I haven't thought about that son of that man in years. And I wouldn't have it all if it wasn't for you." Climbing off the couch, she took the 5 steps to the door. "I think you should leave. I'm not going anywhere. You can't be in my house when I don't want you here." She swallowed the threat to call the police. "I can get rid of this stuff myself. You're not supposed to push your boyfriend away. You're not my boyfriend. We're not in a relationship." She turned the lock. The door remained in place after she yanked it. She turned the lock again. The same thing resulted after she tried opening it. Anger clouds your judgment. Clifford was careful in grabbing her shoulders. "You'll never reach your full potential if you don't let it go. You need to get it out of your system." She stepped past him, walking around the island 4 times, unable to get away from the discomfort. "How would you know? You haven't been with a woman long enough to get your heart broken. You're just like him. You present yourself as Prince fucking Charming, and once you get us you turn into a fucking monster. Would you please just leave? I don't even want to think about this anymore." Clifford took off his undershirt. Stepping out of his pants, he fought to get a pair of her shorts to his waist. Mia couldn't help but laugh at how silly he looked. "What are you doing? I want you to take your anger out on me. You said I was just like Darren, then do to me what you want to do to him. I'm not fighting you while you have my shorts on. They're struggling to stay on you. This is what MMA fighters wear." A swift wiggle of the hips as he spoke. "It works for them." He assumed a fighting stance and said, "At the very least you'll learn some new moves. Come on, let me help you. And by the way, I do know what it's like to get my heart broken." The trust she had for him brought her into the space. She slipped off her socks and removed her shirt, replacing the tights she was wearing with a pair of basketball shorts. She then assumed an orthodox stance. "Wait, we need ground rules. No hitting in the face. No hitting, period. 3 taps and you're out." Agreed. Without warning, he swept her off her feet. On top of her, he pinned her arms to the ground. That was way too easy. Maybe you're not that angry. Maybe he didn't hurt you that bad. He applied all of his weight to her chest. Women tend to over-dramatize things. They also like to switch things. Maybe you're the one who hurt him. No. Adrenaline rushed through Mia's veins. Her sweat allowed her to release her right hand. A couple of pokes to his side allowed her to slide from underneath him. A perfect form tackle sent Clifford to his back. Scrambling on top of him, she pinned his arms above his head. "I ain't do shit but give him respect and love. I never cheated. I never hit him. Wah dash. I didn't do anything wrong. The anger blinded Mia to what she was doing, only the feeling of blood brought her back as she realized she'd somehow landed a blow on Clifford's face. She bolted to her feet. "I am so sorry, Clifford." "It's okay," he said, tilting his head back. She came back with a towel, guiding his head forward. Leaning back causes the blood to flow into your throat. She continued apologizing. "It's not broken, is it?" The towel muffled his answer. A huff slipped from his chest after he pulled himself onto the couch. He laughed. "Bet you're not angry anymore." She giggled. Sitting next to him, she rested her head on his shoulder and apologized. "I didn't know I still had all that in me." Clifford grew quiet. Her confession was playing on full volume in his mind. "I didn't hit him. I didn't hit him. I didn't hit him." He looked for evidence as he glanced in her direction. She must have known what he was going to ask because she seemed to steel herself for his question. He rested a hand on her leg. "Where?" "Nowhere anyone could see." He was smart about it. She absently touched her ribs as she spoke, and he figured that had been one of the spots. "I was one of those women that used to believe that victims could and should leave after the first time, but dash. You thought he wouldn't do it again." Touching her kept in him in the present, his mind attempting to drag him back. He'd abandoned the memories and swore to himself that he would never go back. This was one of the reasons he hadn't been back to his hometown in over a decade. "Do you want to talk about it?" She continued staring at her hands. Something told her she would never be ready to reveal the extent of the damage. But she trusted him. She trusted him more than some man or woman whose job it was to listen. "Can I lay in your lap?" Her head filled the space that his arm had occupied. "We met in school." It was the cliché boy meets girl story. She felt as if a weight had been lifted from her chest after she finished talking. Checking the time, she realized he hadn't said anything meaningful in an hour. Sitting up, she found him already looking at her. "Don't take this the wrong way, but you're a great listener." That's one of the things that separates a good businessman from a great businessman. Listening to a girl whine about her breakup. You weren't whining. You needed to let it go. He slid a hand across her cheek. "So you can heal." He leaned in. "You're beautiful when you're not sad." I was more angry than sad. "You don't have to be so defensive with me, Mia." "I see you." Her lips turned cold as his pressed into them.
"Oh no. It's about to get hot."
But we can't put this on YouTube as they don't allow it.
"I'm sorry."
But check the description of this video to join the Romance Audiobook Insiders and get details on how you can get the steamy scenes in future.
Okay, back to the story.
Clifford sat up before standing. "I'm sorry." "No, I should have stopped you." Finding his shirt behind the couch, he moved so fast that he put it on backwards. After turning it around, he stepped into his shoes, his heels landing on the squashed backs. "I'll call you in the morning." He stumbled over the rug in his retreat, catching the floor lamp before it hit the floor. "I'll have someone bring your car." "Thanks." "You don't have to thank me. I was just good night." Clifford pressed his back to the door after he closed it, the saliva left on his lips smearing across his fingers after he wiped his mouth. Checking up and down the street assured him that no one had witnessed what just happened. The bulge in his zipper reminded him that what just happened was real.
If you want more BWWM romances like this, please my love, be sure to subscribe to the Romancely YouTube channel. I look forward to spending more time with you. Subscribe and let's make it happen. Chapter 7. The witness was someone from Clifford's childhood. Someone he recognized as soon as he laid eyes on him. He was everything Clifford strived not to be, a broke-down blue-collar worker that had to kill himself for a paycheck that wouldn't be enough to cover the basic necessities. His trucker hat pointed in Clifford's direction as if it was suggesting that he was guilty. Rosario said, "Please state your name." "Randall May. Do you recognize the man that's on trial? If so, what's your association with him?" "That's Clifford Knight. He was my best friend growing up, but we haven't seen or spoken to each other in years. Honestly, I don't think he even recognizes me." "Is this guy dangerous?" Mia asked. Clifford told her that they'd grown up together, having attended school together through high school. They spent the night at each other's houses at least once a week, and they also played Little League together. "Would you say that you and Mr. Knight were close?" Rosario asked. "We pretty much shared everything. Toys, clothes, food, girls." A murmur began to spread throughout the crowd. "Would you say that you have a pretty good understanding of the dynamics between him and his parents? What are Mr. Knight's parents like?" "I only ask because just about everything mentioning them has been scrubbed from public record." May's gulp sounded through the microphone. Sweat began rolling down the sides of his face, which had turned into a two-toned combination of red and bright red. He took a sip from the glass of water. "Do you need me to repeat the question?" "No, ma'am." He gulped again. His eyes pleaded for forgiveness as he looked at Clifford. "If I'm being honest, it would be in your best interest to be so. You're under oath." May gulped a third time. "Marty Knight, Cliff's dad, was a mean sumbitch. He was a drinker and drinking made him mad. After a couple six-packs, you'd be better leaving the house until he sobered up or fell asleep." "Was he violent?" Rosario asked. "If so, have you ever witnessed him being violent?" He used the hat to sop his forehead, wiping it again with his sleeve. "Yes." "To which question?" "Both. He was violent and I've seen him be violent. Multiple times. He's been violent with me too." "Please elaborate." Though Clifford released the tension in his fists, his jaw was still clenched tight, the ache beginning to spread toward his mind. Despite doing everything in his power to rid himself of his past, it still caught up with him. He forced his mind to think of all the money he was owed to distract himself. The tactic proved disastrous, in that some people from back home owed him money. There would be no more running. The gavel banged. "Let's take a 10-minute recess," the judge said. "What happened?" Mia said, "Your friend asked for a bathroom break." Clifford was waiting for Mia when she exited the bathroom. He pulled her to the side and sat her down. "You need to object to whatever Randall is about to say." "For what? You told me everything, right?" He ran his hands down his face. "I did, but I didn't go into full detail. I didn't think it would come up. I don't even know how they found him. Is there any way that you can get him off the stand?" People began to file back into the courtroom. "It can't be that bad. And if it is, we'll deal with it." She stopped walking. "You don't care about this guy, right? Because there won't be any chance of reconciling once I'm done. Do what you have to do." The break didn't appear to do May any good. His face was still bright red, his limbs even more restless. He hid his hat in his lap after the judge reminded him to take it off. His eyes darted across the room as he wrung his hands. He'd also adopted a slight rock. Rosario took her place, standing directly in front of him. "Mr. May, would you please describe the violence you witnessed and experienced at the hands of Marty Knight, the defendant's father?" "He only beat me once. I still have the scar." May held back the hair that hung over his forehead to reveal a disfigured scar that extended well into his scalp. "Clifford and Janet, that's his mom, were Marty's punching bags. I don't think I've ever seen Clifford without a mark." "Would you say that was the main reason he spent so much time out of his house?" "Yes, ma'am. I only played baseball, but he played sports all year round. When he wasn't at school, he was at practice. I think the only time he was at his house was to sleep and eat." Rosario pulled an easel into the middle of the room. The back of the poster was facing the audience. She reminded everyone that there was very little information about his past on the internet, claiming it to be an attempt to control the narrative. "One thing you can't hide is police reports." She flipped the poster around. The gallery gasped, people covering their mouths, mothers covering their children's eyes. The picture was of a young Clifford, middle school aged. He was shirtless, standing against a gray wall with his arms spread wide. Green and brown splotches covered his chest, arms, and neck. Varying in size, they gave the appearance that he was wearing camouflage. Black and blue bruises spotted his face, his black eye barely open. It didn't take much to imagine what the condition of his legs were. A vein bulged from Clifford's temple. He slid his leg from underneath Mia's hand. His instinct was to run, but there was nowhere he could run to. He forced his eyes to stay open to keep from being yanked back down memory lane. This is what Mr. Knight was trying to hide. He wants the public to think he came from an unknown planet without flaw or fault, Rosario said. Objection. Speculation. Sustained. The judge said. Get to your point, Ms. Rosario. Damaged people damage others. I want the jury to see the cause of the defendant's behavior. He takes advantage, in this case, of the state because he was taken advantage of. She returned her attention to Randall. Mr. May, do you know why Mr. Knight left? He gulped. It probably had something to do with what happened to his dad. Probably or did. I can't speak on another man's motives for doing what he does. Tell me what you know about what happened to Mr. Knight's father. He died, May said. How did he die? In a fire. He was drunk and knocked over a candle while he was sleeping. Rosario chuckled. That's the official story. I don't believe you, Mr. May. I don't believe that you and Mr. Knight have been out of contact. I think he's been paying you to keep quiet about what really happened to his father. She presented a document to the judge. She then handed it to Randall. What are those? Looks like my checks. Unemployment checks. Please read off the amounts. She waited for him to finish before saying, I looked up your mortgage payment. Those checks don't cover it. So, Mr. May, please do tell us why you haven't been kicked out of your house yet. Is it because Mr. Knight is taking care of your bills in exchange for your silence? Is it because he's paying to keep spreading the false narrative that makes him look like a saint? Is it true that Mr. Knight is paying you to lie for him? Mia bolted to her feet. Objection, Your Honor. She's badgering him. Sustained. Watch your tone, Ms. Rosario, and let the witness answer the question before you pose another. She flashed her palms as she backpedaled. Rosario then positioned herself in the center of the jury box. Her eyes remained on them as she asked, Mr. May, is it true that the defendant, Mr. Clifford Knight, is responsible for his father's death? The courtroom became silent. She made her way back in front of the witness stand. She then repeated the question. You're under oath, Mr. May. Lying right now could land you up to 5 years in prison. So be very careful about your next statement. His head dropped. Yes. Could you speak into the microphone? Yes. Yes, what? It's true that the defendant is responsible for his father's death. And what's the defendant's name? She asked. Clifford Knight. Point him out, please. His hand shook, unable to straighten fully as it drew all eyes in Clifford's direction. That's him. Rosario wore a satisfied grin as she walked back to her table. No more questions, Your Honor. She looked squarely into Mia's eyes. Your witness. Clifford had to jog to catch up with Mia. He managed to grab her arm before she reached the doors. His explanation started before they found privacy. Once alone, she yanked her arm away. Her anger was such that she couldn't even look at him. All his words were the same, excuses for why he didn't tell her. She pushed past him. Her name flying off his lips resembled daggers, which lodged themselves into her back. Stepping out of the courtroom, she was bombarded by a mob of microphones, phones, and cameras. Ms. Bishop, you seemed caught off guard by the witness, were you? Ms. Bishop, do you think your romantic relationship is getting in the way of your defense of Mr. Knight? Ms. Bishop, how did you not know about this? Ms. Bishop, were you hiding this information to protect Mr. Knight? Are you covering for him? Ms. Bishop, how do you feel knowing you've been dating a murderer? Saliva began to flood her mouth. The barrage of flashes disrupted her equilibrium, causing her to stumble as she descended the stairs. The questions were in hot pursuit. The reporters continued following her as she raced toward her car. Reaching it, her fingers scraped against the bottom of her purse in an effort to find her keys. Clifford sprinted towards the wall of people. He was fighting his way to the center when they suddenly began to spread. In the gaps, he was able to see that she was hunched over, making him more aggressive in his pushes. His anger grew upon hearing people referring to him as a murderer. Finally reaching her, he stepped around the puddle of orange. Weak, her pushes did nothing. She slapped his hands away. "I'm fine. I just got dizzy." "You're not fine. I'm taking you to the hospital. Leave me alone." Scooping her in his arms, he hadn't made it far when his town car pulled next to the curb. Mia's eyes stung after she opened them. Clifford awoke after she tipped the cup over. "I can get it, go back to sleep." He poured the water and handed it to her. "How are you feeling?" Misled. She let her head fall into the pillows after drinking. "I'm tired. You passed out on the way here. Why didn't you tell me you weren't feeling well? I could have talked to the judge. Why didn't you tell me about your dad?" She looked at him after he went silent. "You said you told me everything." Though she recognized the pain on his face, she couldn't bring herself to feel sorry for him. "I'm your lawyer, you're supposed to tell me shit like that. There's no telling what else you left out." She slapped the bed. "Where's my purse? I need my phone. You need to rest. Don't you dare tell me what I need to do." "Mia, I'm sorry I didn't tell you, but you chose to lie. You're probably lying about the money too." She paused for a moment after pulling herself into a seated position. Her glare was more than enough warning to keep his hands to himself. She shuffled across the room, her purse falling to the floor after she pulled out her phone. The picture slid into the middle of the room. Clifford picked it up, his face becoming serious. "What is this?" He showed it to her. "Why do you have this? Where did you get it?" Her mouth moved as fast as her eyes, not a bit of her explanation making any sense. "You were snooping through my things. What else did you steal?" "I didn't steal anything. I just forgot to put it back. I found it when we went shopping." He said, "Stop lying." "I'm not lying. But even if I was, you have no right to get mad. You lied about killing your dad. You're a murderer and you hid it from me. You're not supposed to lie to your lawyer. And you're damn sure not supposed to lie to your girlfriend." A shock sped through her spine, causing her feet to burn. Climbing back into the bed, she turned her back to him, hiding half of her face in the pillow. "I think you should leave. The childishness has returned." Mia sat up. "Wanting to be alone doesn't make me childish. I need to clear my head." "You'd rather be alone than talk it out. That's being childish. I already have a father, so I don't need you pretending to be mine." She began texting. "Now leave me alone so I can figure out how to fix this mess. You're still on trial." Clifford ripped his jacket from the back of the chair. He waited a few seconds before opening the door. "Call me when you're ready to talk. Don't hold your breath." Mia used her medical scare as an opportunity to get a 10-day-long stay of proceedings. Her living room floor was covered with papers. Individual pieces stuck to the back of her legs. She blew a curl out of her face and stretched her neck. Tamara handed her a cup of tea and kicked some of the papers out of the way before sitting across from her. Mia moaned as she drank, her face scrunching. "That's not coffee. You don't need any coffee. You've already been up for the past 36 hours. I'm hoping that tea makes you sleepy." "No time for sleep. I need to find a way to make the jurors forget Clifford killed his dad." She flipped through some of the pages. Rosario was right. There's nothing about it anywhere. Maybe you should just ask him about it? Mia's head snapped up. "Why the hell would I do that? So he can lie to me again? No thank you." Tea spurted from her lips, the bit in her mouth continuing to scald her tongue. "That's a sign that I don't need to even be thinking about him." Her anger didn't come from being caught off guard. In fact, she was more angry than hurt. She thought they'd built up enough trust to tell each other everything. She'd found the courage to tell him about her past. All of her past. It was upsetting that he didn't trust her enough to tell her about his. Though she knew their relationship was fake, it was beginning to feel real. She hadn't told anyone as much about herself as she told him, and that gave her hope that one day she might be able to trust someone, a man, fully again. His omission shattered that hope. "Well, there's nothing here," Tamara said. "At least I didn't find anything. I'm gonna go rest my eyes. Do you need anything else from me?" She thanked her, leaning into Tamara's legs for a half hug, her back beginning to ache. She stretched out on the sofa. Letting her arm fall to the floor, she picked up the first paper she touched. It was Clifford's bank statement. Skimming the information, she turned on the light. Reading it again, her mouth dropped open. Clifford ignored the call and turned his phone off. He pushed it into the back of his glove compartment. Pulling the hat's brim over his eyes, he slid on a pair of shades and checked himself out in the rearview mirror. The darkened area was selected for its seclusion. He dipped in and out of the shadows, running on the tips of his toes as he dashed between the buildings. With the door in sight, he made sure his lungs were full of air before sprinting the 200 yards. A yellow light led him in the right direction upon entering. "You're late," Clifford apologized, shaking the man's hand after he caught his breath. His name was Jeremy Richard. He was another childhood friend of Clifford's. He stamped out the cigarette on top of the growing pile in the ashtray. Clifford pulled a brown package out of his jacket and tossed it onto the table. "How is she?" "Better. Still scrappy," Jeremy said. "She wants to see you. I don't mind taking care of her for you, but every son has his duties. I got a lot going on right now. After the trial dash." "Yeah, sure." He tossed Clifford a beer and kicked the chair out as an invitation to sit down. They talked about sports and Clifford's latest business dealings. Jeremy updated him about his wife and kids, both of his boys just having celebrated birthdays, the oldest turning 7, the youngest turning 4. Clifford liked hearing about Jeremy's family because it allowed him to live through him. He'd always wanted a family of his own. Fear stopped him. He wasn't sure he was fit to be a father. "They miss their Uncle Cliff. They ask about you all the time." "I miss them too. I'll get back home soon." "Guess you can't run anymore. The truth is out there now. I don't know why you were hiding it anyway. It's not like you did anything wrong." He took a sip and knocked on the table. "If anybody asks me, that old bastard deserved what happened to him. He was a waste of space and oxygen." "And you didn't mind telling him so?" Clifford said with a laugh. Their relationship was more like brothers. Jeremy, 2 years older, had always been Clifford's protector. He fought off the bullies and let him know how to look out for gold diggers. He taught Clifford more about what it was to be a man than anyone else. "I never thanked you. You ain't got nothing to thank me for. Any real friend would have done what I did." Jeremy ended his swig with a wall-shaking burp. "Fuck friends. We're family. You're my brother, and I'm your keeper. I just wish I was up on that stand. Your mouth would have got you thrown out." "Yeah, but not after I let those people know the truth. Clifford Knight ain't do nothing wrong. How can a man be a man if he can't protect his family?" Jeremy sat 2 more beers in front of him. "I hope you don't have anything to do tomorrow because we're about to get pissy." The alcohol opened Clifford's mind. He knew in his heart that he did what was best. He was left no other option. It was them or him, life and death. A part of him wondered if there was a less messy way to handle it. In adulthood, one of the things he prided himself on was looking a man in his eyes before defeating him. He wasn't there to look in his father's eyes, doing the complete opposite, running away. As the beer trickled down his throat, he surmised that he did it the best way he knew how. And the old man didn't suffer. As far as he was concerned, that was more than Marty Knight deserved.
Chapter 8. Tamara looked through her binoculars. Parking behind the hedge ensured that she would be able to watch her target without being watched herself. She'd been tailing Clifford for the past 3 days, per Mia's instructions. She started her car after he started his, allowing 2 cars to pass before pulling out behind him. The ringing sounded throughout the cabin. "Hey girl. What's up?" "Nothing exciting yet," she said. "I can definitely tell why he was in a rush to get out of here. There's nothing but water and trees." I swear I can count the number of people on 2 hands. Tell me if he looks at his phone, Mia said she called him. Looking through the binoculars distorted Tamara's vision. The phone slipped out of the cup holder after she jerked the wheel. Reaching for it, she began to drift. She only became aware of the honks after her tire began to skirt along the curb. She stomped the brakes, the front bumper tapping the parking meter. She hurriedly snatched the phone from the floor and waved at the onlookers as a signal that she was okay. No. I'm fine. You don't have to call the police. Police, Mia said. What happened? I swerved a bit. She scanned the area. Shit, I lost him. You lost him? Did you turn into a parrot? That's what I just said. Her head hit the roof after she drove off the curb, the engine's rumbling flowing through the speaker. If you didn't distract me, dash. Don't blame that on me, Mia said with a laugh. You were always a bad driver. Red and blue lights began flashing in the rearview. Wedging the phone between her legs, she held the steering wheel with both hands and slowed her speed. She held her breath as the car crept behind her. Her eyes switched back and forth between the mirror and the dashboard. Her car eased to a stop before the intersection. While waiting for the light, she noticed the cruiser begin to ease into the other lane. She began to exhale. The police officer looked in her direction. I might need some bail money. What happened? The cop knocked before she had a chance to answer. She followed in the direction he pointed. After turning the car off, she placed her hands flat on the dashboard. All the faces of the people that had become statistics, shot down by the police, flashed through her mind. She began to pray. Her eyes burst open at the knocking. Her hands shook as she handed over her license and registration. Have you been drinking, ma'am? Mia's voice filled the cabin. What's going on? The officer eased the snap from around his gun. Why are you in the city? I'm Dash, she's my private investigator, Mia said. I'm a lawyer in New York. She's getting information on a client on my behalf. I need to see some ID. Tamara kept her eyes forward as she opened and felt around the glove box. I must have left it back home. I'm a PI, I swear. Step out of the car. Sweat began to burn Mia's eyes. She paced the length of the room several times. Each word was aimed at keeping both the officer and Tamara calm. Her phone began to beep in her ear. Clifford was calling. Shit. Hearing the car door slam made her curse again. Hold on a sec. You called, Clifford said. You want to tell me about the money you just transferred. It's nothing. I took some from one account and put it into another account. People do that every day. She said, don't act like you're a regular person. And don't act like what you did was normal. You switched money from a domestic account to an international account. Why? Clifford didn't try to hide his irritation. She heard a door slamming shut. We'll talk about it when I get back to town. I have something to do. Mia slammed her heel into the hardwood floor. A couple of breaths helped to calm her before she rejoined the other conversation. You still there? Can you send a picture of my ID? I left it in the kitchen. There was silence for some time and then the officer's voice could be heard. Be more careful. Kids walk these streets. And make sure to keep your identification on you. Some of the other officers aren't as nice as me. I understand. Thank you, sir. Mia's heart broke as she listened to Tamara's sobs. There was nothing she could say that would make her feel better. Tears began to fall as all she wanted to do was hug her. Once her composure had returned, she said, "Come back home. I'll talk to Clifford when he gets back." "I'm sorry. Come home, T. Please." "No. I have a job to do. Tomorrow, please." "I'm good. I'll let you know when I find him." It was the second time in less than 5 minutes that she had been hung up on. The house suddenly felt claustrophobic. Pushing the scare into the back of her mind, she dressed in a t-shirt and a pair of running shorts. A glance at her watch showed that she'd surpassed the 30 minutes mark. Mia slowed her speed to a slow jog before settling into a brisk walk. Using a bench to stretch her legs, she noticed a man wearing all black. He looked away when she looked in his direction. The fact that he copied each stretch that she performed was more than enough reason to start the path back home. After 5 minutes, she realized that he wasn't following her and slowed her pace. The man peeked from around the tree. His steps were light as he crept toward her. Mia took off in a full sprint. "Call Clifford," she used her phone's assistant to dial. She begged from him to pick up. "Come on. Come on. You've reached Clifford Knight." She dialed his number again, getting the same result. Her lungs burned as she picked up her speed, her heels flicking against her butt. Feeling the man's heat, she willed her legs to go faster. Without warning, a sharp pain shot through the back of her leg. Something between a limp and a hobble got her to the nearby bench. The man stopped in front of her. "Please. You've got the wrong person. I don't dash this is for you. Your boyfriend isn't who you think he is." He checked over both of his shoulders before throwing a package into her lap. "You'll see the truth." She was too shocked to move. After the adrenaline had worn off, the pain in her leg returned. She massaged her hamstring while reading the scrawled writing. "Murderer and liar." She caught herself before she tossed it into the garbage, staring in the direction the man had left. She read the words once more. How did he know I was running? Mia tried calling Clifford again before calling an Uber. Clifford stared up at the building's name. It reminded him of many past trips, the majority of which resulted in instant failure. He combed his fingers through his hair. "I'm not ready for this." He began walking back to the parking lot. Halfway there, he stopped and looked behind him. Running was the cause of all the problems in his life. His shoulders rose and fell. Tingles surged through his legs with each step he took. The door slid open, the sun blackening his vision as he stepped through, making him blind as he headed for the reception desk. "How can I help you?" "I'm here to see Janet Knight." Clifford's leg bounced as he wrung his hands. He checked his watch for the third time, seeing again that not much time had passed. He stood. Reminding himself to be patient encouraged him to retake his seat. His mind was working overtime, attempting to put together what she looked like, using pieces that were scattered throughout his memory. He checked his watch again. His hands were so dry he felt like he could start a fire. He straightened up as an attendant came toward him. "She'll be out in a sec." She wanted to make sure she looked her best. After thanking her, grabbed a cup of coffee. The warm liquid sloshed around his stomach as he walked back to his chair. His heartbeat tripled in pace as the situation became more real. The length between this visit and the last dawned on him. Guilt lowered his chin. He was holding his head in his hands when she entered the room. Janet remained standing in the doorway when he made eye contact. "Hey, Cliffy. It's so good to see you." She took a step forward. Clifford's mind shut off. He bounded the 3 steps toward her and pulled her into his arms. there was no stopping the tears. He held on to her as if she was a buoy in the middle of the sea. In that moment, he was a little boy again. Pulling away, his tears traced the tips of her thumbs as she held his face. There was no use in talking, his emotions doing all the speaking for him. They hugged again. His mother was laughing when she pulled away. "Let's sit." They sat across from one another, holding each other's hands. Her smile indicated the joy boiling underneath the surface. She held his face once more. "My baby." He leaned into her hand. "I'm sorry it took me so long. You don't have anything to apologize for. I'm glad you took so long to come back." Her eyes fell. "I had a few slip-ups. But this time is different. I finally forgave him. And I feel so much better." He swallowed hard. "It came up. People know what I did. You need to get that lawyer of yours to get the jury to see that you did the right thing. You protected your mother. That's what every man is supposed to do." "You've been watching?" he asked. "Just enough to keep up." "I wish I could testify." His heart ached at the thought of her on the stand. Rosario made a reputation of crushing witnesses, especially those that were deemed unreliable. The prosecutor would have twisted your words. He wiped the stains that remained on her cheeks. "Seeing you is more than enough to get me through." The attendant introduced herself after entering the room. "Do you want to take your walk? Would it be okay if I went with my son?" Janet smiled at him. "His name is Clifford and he's single." "Mom." "Very nice to meet you, Clifford. My name is Haley and I'm engaged." "When did that happen?" Janet asked, examining the ring. "I told you it would work out. I just love your mom. She's so positive. I keep telling her when she gets out of here, she needs to look into becoming a counselor. She's helped me through all my relationship problems." "Is that right? When you've been through a lot, you know a lot." Janet hooked her arm around Clifford's and led the way to the front door. "Remember to let Rebecca know if you're gonna be gone longer than an hour." Haley shook Clifford's hand. "Keep her safe. She's like a mom to me. You don't have to worry about that." He winked. "She is my mom." On the way out the front doors, Janet let the receptionist know that they would be back later in the evening. Tamara parked 3 spots away from Clifford's car. The position gave her the perfect vantage point to keep an eye on them. Flipping to a clean page in her notebook, she added salon to the bottom of the list. Throughout the day, she'd watched the woman transform to a much more elegant version of herself, getting a full makeover, hair, new clothes and shoes, and a manicure and pedicure to boot. She had to admit that the woman was pretty. Though she never got close enough to confirm, she thought that she and Clifford looked alike, as if they could be distant cousins. Looking through the binoculars showed them fully laughing. She spotted all the signs that a woman showed when she liked a man, the touching of the shoulder, the exaggerated laughter at his jokes, her leg brushing against his. "Ain't no way they're just cousins." She glanced through all the windows. "Maybe they do that out here." Replacing the binoculars with a camera, she snapped photos as they exited the building, zooming in on their intertwined fingers. Mia's name popped up on her screen. Hesitating, she answered it. "Hey, sis. I finally found him. What's he up to?" Tamara continued snapping pictures. She captured Clifford kissing the woman on the cheek and opening her door. Nothing much. He's been running errands. He met some other guy. I'm still trying to figure out who he is. What's up with you?" Somebody was following me. She rested the camera in the passenger seat and turned the Bluetooth off, holding the phone to her ear. Who? Are you okay? Mia gave a vague recap. He gave me a package. I haven't opened it yet. He said it's about Clifford. Open that shit. I'm scared. I'ma wait until you get back. Tamara started the car and eased out of the spot. Stay at my place until I get home. I'll call you back in a little bit. Clifford checked the rearview mirror. He had the feeling that someone had been watching them since they'd left the facility. He kept his speed slow and watched through all the windows. Janet patted his leg. All your crazy girlfriends have moved on, I promise. His eyes floated in her direction. You've been talking to my ex-girlfriends? Well, I am well on my way to being a therapist. Per his usual routine, when they arrived at the restaurant, Clifford chose a table near the back, sitting on the side that allowed him to watch the door. He half expected Mia to show up given how many times she'd called him. He took the opportunity to call after his mother excused herself to wash her hands. His demeanor softened as soon as she answered. What can I do for you, Clifford? Just checking in. I also want to apologize with being so short with you. I get like that when I have a lot on my plate. It's all good. How are you? His back straightened upon hearing laughter in the background. It sounded too deep to be a woman's. Are you busy? No, I'm working on the case. She told the voice to stop. I'm a little drunk. Where are you? None of your business. I mean, at my office. I've got one of my friends helping me. Her voice suddenly sounded distant. He whispered her name, his panic rising when he got no response. Mia. Are you okay? Mia? Mia? Is that your girlfriend's name? Janet asked, retaking her seat. Clifford apologized and excused himself. He continued whispering Mia's name as he scurried into the restroom. Despite only one of the stalls being empty, he stepped inside and locked the door. Mia? Sorry, I dropped my phone. I know you're probably busy. I'll call you. I'm not busy. I can talk, he said. What's going on? Who are you with? Is that jealousy I hear in your voice, Mr. Clifford Knight? You ain't got no reason to be jealous. I'm not your real girlfriend. The call ended. The voicemail answered when he called back. The same thing happened the next 3 times he called. The person in the adjacent stall jumped after he punched the wall. He kicked the toilet paper roll back across the line, the door crashing into the wall after he pushed it open. The man that was washing his hands turned his chin up, disgust on his face after Clifford left. Clifford almost tipped his chair over as he went to sit. His face was bright red, his skin hot. The waiter caught the tail end of his rage as he ordered. And bring me a shot of bourbon. We don't have bourbon here, sir. He dropped his black card on the table. Then go to the nearest liquor store and get me a bottle. The young man's fear prevented him from moving. Go. In his haste to grab the card, he snatched the tablecloth as well, spilling the water into Clifford's lap. Shit. Are you always this fucking clumsy? When you get back, bring me your fucking manager. Clifford, his mother said. Watch your mouth. Apologizing, she retrieved the card. Her face fell after she sat back down. That is not how I taught you how to treat people. He spilled water all over me. Swiping and dabbing made the mess worse. You could have at least let him keep my card to go get me another shirt. She snatched it out of the way before he had a chance to grab it. This is a small town and most of the people are nice, but you're a big shot now. You have a target on your back. She nodded in the young man's direction, who was still watching them. His name is Max and he just finished a 90-day stint. She slid the card across the table. You're not who you used to be, Cliffy. You should know full well about people wanting to take advantage of you. They were trying when you didn't have anything. His head dropped. Yes, ma'am. There's a store 2 doors down. She nodded in the direction. Tamara was halfway through her bowl of ice cream when she stopped in her tracks. She ducked inside the nearest store, her panic increasing as she saw that he was coming straight for it. She skipped to the back, making it into one of the dressing rooms at the same time as he entered. Watching from behind the curtain, she watched as he explained the condition of his soaking shirt. The clerk pointed in her direction. She retreated until her back pressed against the mirror. Upon hearing the hanger slid across the metal rod, she dropped to her hands and knees, able to see his legs from the space underneath her curtain. The plan to sneak out was thwarted as he stepped in front of it. A shirt floated to the ground. She froze as he patted the ground. Mia, please call me back. We really need to talk. I was thinking about what you said, about me not trusting you. You were right. I should have told you everything. I'm ready to do that now. I'll see you when I get back. I hope you're being safe and productive. The top of his face remained hidden as he bent all the way down. Tamara released her breath and sat on her butt, letting her feet flop out of the sides after she straightened her legs. She yanked them back in as Clifford walked past the opening. She counted to 20 before she peeked. She waited a minute after he paid for the shirt before sneaking out. Janet smiled immediately after seeing the blue flannel that Clifford had bought. I like that look on you. I feel like a cowboy. You'd be the handsomest cowboy in all the land. She pinched his cheeks. As much as I hate it, you look just like him. I hate it just as much as you do. He popped a fry into his mouth. Maybe even more. She grabbed his hand. Do you want to talk about it? Enough time has passed. Don't need to talk about it. I let it go. I've moved on. He declined having spoken to someone. I figured it out on my own. I know I was justified in my actions, so there's really no need to even think about it anymore. Recognizing his frustration, she patted his hand and picked a fry from the plate. Maybe some other time. So he took a huge bite from his burger. Tell me about the guy I have to beat up. As soon as you tell me about the girlfriend that you think isn't your girlfriend. Tamara rubbed her arms. She waited for Mia to open the door. What took you so long? Damn. I was on the toilet. Mia raised an eyebrow after she leaned away from her hug. I washed my hands. She gave Tamara a hearty slap on the butt as they embraced. Did you have fun in Hartford? I wasn't actually in Hartford. I don't even remember what the actual city is called. And it was all right, she said. Glad to be back home. I never knew how much of a city girl I am. Give me the smog, high rent and traffic any day. Mia sat next to her and rubbed her hands together while she bit her lip. What did you find? She became worried as Tamara's mood changed. That bad, huh? It's not what you think. It can't make our position any worse. Clifford has been switching money between accounts. It's not the trial that I'm worried about. Tamara hesitated to hand the envelope over after she removed it from her purse. She said nothing as Mia eased it from her hand. She increased the distance between them, making Mia weary. Mia's anticipation grew as she eased the photos out, which were facing away from her. Turning the top one over, a chill ran through her. It was a close-up shot of Clifford kissing another woman's cheek. She flipped the next one over. It was of him and the woman holding hands. Her mouth turned sour. She pushed the rest of the stack back inside the envelope. She held her face in her hands to hide the tears that threatened to spill. "Do you know who she is?" "I didn't get a chance to find out. He was on to me. And I didn't want to stay there any longer than I had to." She slid an arm across Mia's shoulders. "That guy didn't come back, did he?" She'd forgotten all about the incident. Retrieving the file, she handed it over. The photo Tamara pulled out showed Clifford talking to some man. "What does this mean?" Mia disappeared once more, returning with another crumpled-up photo, the one she'd stolen from Milton's office. Tamara's eyes widened upon seeing the writing on the back. "Do you know what this means?" "I was hoping you would. Murder for hire. Where did you get this?" The explanation hadn't registered. "Milton's office." Her head snapped up. "Did you just say murder for hire?" Snatching the photo, she placed both on the middle of the table. She began to pace. "No. No way. Clifford's not like that. And who would he be trying to kill?" Tamara picked up the photo of him and the woman. "Maybe Dash." "Don't even say it. There's no way he's trying to kill me. I'm the one trying to get him off. Maybe Milton got it wrong? Why is he looking into him in the first place?" Mia didn't answer because she didn't have an answer. She hadn't found the courage to ask, not wanting him to know that she'd been snooping through his things. She pushed any thoughts of any negative intentions to the back of her mind. Clifford's an asshole, he may even be a thief, but he's not a murderer. He killed his dad. Tamara's hands shot into the air after Mia's glare threatened to burn a hole through her. "I was just saying." She sat down. Running through all of their conversation and all the time they spent together, she didn't find anything that suggested that Clifford was that evil. Her mind halted on one memory. Their kiss. His tongue had traveled across her own. There's no point in guessing. I'm his lawyer, I should be able to ask him outright, right? Attorney-client privilege should make him tell me the truth, right? I ain't got nothing to say. Tamara cited the hour as an excuse to leave, leaving Mia alone with her worries and insecurities.
Chapter 9. We'll pick it up tomorrow bright and early. I'll see you back here at 10, the judge said. The courtroom had emptied by the time Mia finished packing up her things. She and Clifford said nothing to one another as they made their way to the front of the building. She was ready for the mob of reporters that was waiting for her. Having time to digest all of the information that was dropped in her lap, she was able to unblur the line. She saw that the fake relationship strategy was the wrong move. It added unnecessary complication to their relationship. She'd involved her emotions when she shouldn't have. Another one of the first lessons that Milton had taught her. She switched her briefcase from the left to her right hand. The questions slapped her in the face as soon as she stepped outside. We haven't seen you two together much. Is there trouble in paradise? Are you two breaking up? How will a breakup affect your legal relationship? Mr. Knight, we heard you took a trip home. Care to tell us the reason? Mr. Knight, what do you think about the job Ms. Bishop is doing? Ms. Bishop, how have you managed to separate the business from the personal? The question was the opening she needed. I haven't managed to keep them separate. That's why I've decided to terminate our personal relationship. Mr. Knight needs all of my attention to be on the trial. For me to perform at my best, I need to be able to see him as a client and just a client. Thank you for your questions. The crowd quieted, splitting as she descended the stairs. Clifford slid in next to her, instructing the driver to turn up the heat after he closed the door. Undoing his tie, he said, "That was a great answer. I've never seen them stunned to silence. I meant it. This whatever it is done. I'm gonna get you off. After I do, we don't need to speak again. I think you're being a little dramatic." "Trust me, I'm not," she said. She squeezed her legs together to keep from touching his. "You women are something else. Will you at least tell me what I did?" She didn't answer, directing her gaze out of the window. He let out an annoyed sigh. "Mia, I'm sorry for being short with you and not answering your calls when I was out of town. I'm sorry for omitting certain details about my past. I'm sorry for everything, okay?" She slapped his hand away. "Don't touch me. Ain't no telling where your hands have been." He stared at her in obvious stunned silence and didn't speak until their drive was over. "I need some space, so don't come after me. Don't call or text me either." Mia ordered a drink at the bar as soon as she'd sent the text. A news report covering the current happenings of the trial came on. She let out a breath and ran her hand down her face. "Can't get away from him. Man problems?" the bartender asked. "Is he on the team or still trying out?" "Girl, I don't even know. To be honest, I don't even care anymore. Tired of putting in the effort. I feel that. Put his ass on suspension." She poured herself a drink and tapped Mia's glass before throwing her own back. After swallowing it, she said, "My name's Kiki. Let me know if you need anything else. I get off in a couple of hours if you want to talk. Don't know if I'll be able to. I'm trying to drink so much that I forget his name." The second shot pushed her past her threshold. Resting her head on her forearms, she was able to feel the liquid sloshing around as she took it. She began to think about the state of her life, specifically her love life. She didn't think her wants were unusual. Her needs surely weren't, and there was a difference. With her choice of career, she made a consistent effort not to require anything that would make her more intimidating. Using a napkin, she listed all the things that would make a perfect mate. 1. Good decision maker. 2. At least a 7. 3. Has been living by himself for at least 3 years. 4. Acceptable credit rating. 5. Cultured. 6. Emotionally stable. "Who's this? Your dream guy?" Kiki asked, snatching the napkin. She gave it a quick read. "All those men are extinct. You might as well start looking across the aisle." "Across the aisle. Women. I'm single." She winked before leaving to tend to another customer. Reading the list again, Mia found it to be somewhat trivial. Grabbing another napkin, she started another one, titling it, "What's most important to me?" 1. Able to be affectionate after an argument. 2. Encourages my femininity. 3. Offers emotional support / is my biggest fan. 4. Willing to try different things. That's my dad. Her groan rushed through her fingers. She pulled out her phone, staring at his name for a long time before pressing the dial icon. Her surprise produced a burp. "Hey, Dad. I didn't think you would answer." "I'll always answer for you, sweetheart. Are you okay? You sound a little tipsy." "I am. Can you meet me somewhere? I'll send you the address." He arrived less than 10 minutes later. Mia's stress melted as soon as his arms wrapped around her. Letting his arms fall, he hugged her again when she didn't let go. "Must have been a really bad day. Boy problems," she mumbled into his chest. "Why can't all guys be like you?" He chuckled. "I'm the last of a dying breed, sweetheart. They don't make 'em like me anymore." He ordered a Sprite, noticing her raised eyebrow. "I gave up the hooch." She pushed her own glass away. He took the straw out of the glass and set it aside. He answered the question before she had a chance to ask. "Real men don't drink from straws. What if the glasses aren't clean? Ask for a clean one." She leaned her head on his shoulder, reminding her of how much she loved him. Having to deal with Clifford made her appreciate that he and her mother had worked through their problems. Thinking back, she couldn't remember a time where they raised their voices as one another. In fact, It seemed as if they made an effort to whisper when they were angry with one another. With his neck craned upward, she noticed a darkened patch of skin. Without any regard for his privacy, she pulled his collar down. I know that's not a hickey. He couldn't hide his smile. You're too old to be getting hickeys. Who you let suck on your neck? His smile grew wider until his teeth began to show. Your mother. His guffaw overpowered the reporter on the screen. He eased his collar back up, positioning it so at least the bottom half was covered. That's where I was before I came. He drank down the rest of his Sprite and ordered another. That reminds me, I have good news. Mia was distracted by the television for a moment. She watched silently as Clifford answered the reporter's questions. The longer she watched, the more she felt she'd overreacted. Being a lawyer taught her to never jump to conclusions, even if things looked bad. She noticed that he was wearing the outfit she'd picked out. Me and your mom are getting back together. Her father's words sunk in and she barely managed to keep the soda she just drank in her mouth. What? We're getting back together. Me and your mom. I'm probably not going to be in the house for a while, but we're on the right track. She apologized to the man sitting behind them, her fist having grazed the back of his head as she hugged her father. That's great. I'm gonna call Mom. Her mouth dropped open after he snatched the phone out of her hand. I was supposed to keep it a secret. She wants to tell you, so act surprised when she does. Kiki, can I get a round of Sprite shots for me and my old man? How you doin', William? Kiki said while pouring the drinks. You didn't tell me your daughter was this gorgeous. She looks just like her mother. He planted a wet kiss in the center of Mia's cheek. Me and Kiki spent a lot of time together after I messed up. I just gave him an ear and a napkin. I know he looks tough, but your dad is a crier. I almost had to kick him out for flooding the place. More than once. William shushed her. That's supposed to be a secret. They all shared a laugh. I never thanked you. You helped me see things from another perspective. I owe you so much. I'm just your friendly neighborhood bartender. They meandered to a booth for more privacy, taking a pitcher of Sprite with them. They talked about the good times, reminiscing over trips to Disneyland and the Grand Canyon. After the fun, Mia changed the subject to more serious things, her case and how it was going. She explained that her head wasn't in it like it usual was. She felt distracted and that nothing was going right. She was a step behind, something she wasn't accustomed to. Maybe I'm losing it. Maybe it's time for the streak to come to an end. He said, if you were an athlete, I would agree with you. But you're a defender of people's freedom. You can never give up. Well, maybe I should let somebody else take over. I've done enough damage. He grabbed her hand. Talk to me, Mia. What's this really about? Her pride didn't want her to admit that a man had her so out of sorts. After Darren, she promised herself that she would never let anyone, let alone another man, mess with her head or life in the same way. And she'd done a good job. It was the day after she'd made the decision that the streak had started. It was no coincidence that it would probably end because she'd strayed away from the principal. William was smiling when she looked at him. What's funny? His voice was cool and calm when he said, You're in love. Repulsion surged through her. She pushed the glass away. I am not in love. Clifford's old enough to be, she chuckled, my dad. An epiphany made her face shine. He's your age, but he still acts like a teenager. A lot of us men do. One thing I learned, both from my personal experience and talking to my friends, is that when it comes to women, a man will remain immature until he meets the right one. That's not the thing I would want to hear if I was in love. I wasn't saying that to discourage you, he said. I said it because it's true. And personally, I don't care if he's my age. I don't care that he's white. He caressed her cheek. All I care about is how he treats you. It dawned on her that of all the things that were an issue in their relationship, race wasn't one of them. Granted, they hadn't gotten physical yet, so she wasn't sure about his stamina. But their age difference hadn't been a concern either. No one asked about either. No one brought either issue up. She felt better knowing that the world had changed so much that their relationship would be considered normal. What do I do? Communication is the key to everything. Talk to him. Let him know how you feel. And listen when he talks to you. You are your mother's child, so I know that last part will be a bit difficult. She threw a piece of ice at him. She stared at her hands as she confessed to liking him. She wanted to feel bad about it and wanted to find a problem with it, but she couldn't find anything that would be a major issue between them. Why do men lie? I trusted him with a secret, but he didn't trust me enough to tell me his. He probably thought you would think differently about him. Her father placed his hand over his heart. We men have fragile egos. I know you know about that. I definitely do. William hid his phone as he answered a text. Go talk to him. Why do I feel like you're sending me off? His teeth showed between his lips. I am. That was your mother. Marzane's Love Will Prevail came on in the bar. And if you needed another sign, there it is. She thanked him while they hugged. You always know how to make me feel better. He kissed her forehead. That's my job. He held her hand around his arm as they exited the building, promising Kiki that they would be back soon. Maybe once I'm out of the doghouse you can come by for dinner, Kiki said. So in a couple of years? I'll mark it on my calendar. Mia asked for a ride to Clifford's house. Upon reaching it, William said, At least he isn't broke. She laughed into his chest. Thanks, Daddy. Tell Mom I said hi. Clifford had just ended his call when the doorbell rang. His mouth dropped open upon laying eyes on her. He remained silent as he backed out of the way to let her in. He stammered over his words as he offered her something to drink, missing most of the couch's arm when he went to sit. I wasn't expecting you, she said. I wasn't expecting to come over, but she hunched her shoulders. Here I am. What's up? I mean, how are you? How are you feeling? I gave a lot of thought to what happened and you have every right to be upset. I know I came off sarcastic in the car, but I really am sorry. I haven't treated you fairly. I haven't been communicating like I should. I think I love you. What? Mia took a moment to gather her thoughts. I don't know when or why it happened. I'm not even really sure if that's what I feel. But I know I feel something. You frustrate me to no end, and the only people that have the ability to do that are the people I care about. So at the very least, I care about you. A lot. His face darkened. His bottom sank into the cushions, indicative of the weight of what she just said. He stroked his chin and combed his fingers through his hair. That's where I get that from. Clifford stared at his fingers. I got that from you. You do it a lot when you're irritated or nervous. She sat next to him, toying with her fingers to keep from touching him. How do you feel about what I said? I know it seems like it's coming out of nowhere. Trust me, I didn't realize it until my dad said something. Again, he didn't answer right away. After several minutes, he exhaled deeply. It feels good to hear that. He looked at her. I have feelings for you two, and they scare me. I've never been with a woman like you. You've had your fair share of young girlfriends. I meant as put together as you, he said with a laugh. You challenge me in ways that I've never been challenged. Emotionally, I actually care about what you think and feel. It changes my decision-making. Not knowing what to say, she slapped a pattern on her thighs. Well, this is going better than I expected. The pattern continued. Now that we know how each other feels, what do we do now? The room grew deathly silent. Without warning, Clifford pushed Mia to her back, sucking down her gasp.
Hi there. Unfortunately, we've had to take this steamy scene out as it's against YouTube's terms of service.
If you don't want to miss out on love scenes in future stories, check the description and join the Romance Audiobook Insiders for more info.
Okay, back to the story.
He kissed her before holding a finger over her lips. For the rest of the night, the only word I want to hear you say is my name. He eased her back and climbed on top of her. Pulling the sheets over them ensured that their secret would remain between them. Hey there. Did you know that we've other hot romances like this that we want to release? But we need your help. Subscribing shows us that you're part of our journey and allows us to make more of these stories at a higher quality. So please, my queen, subscribe to the Romancely YouTube channel now. Thanks. Now back to your story.
Chapter 10. She woke up to Clifford's steel gray eyes. Mia lay her head on his chest, hugging his waist as he hugged hers. Last night was amazing. I agree. I couldn't stop thinking about it until I fell asleep. When I finally did, I dreamed about it. She slid her hand underneath the sheets, biting her lip between her teeth. I want some more. His side of the bed turned cold instantly after he climbed out. We don't have time. Without warning, he ripped the sheet from her. Time to get up. We have a busy day. We do? Yes, we do. Take a shower and I'll get started on breakfast. His instructions faded as he walked further down the hallway. She spread herself out wide as she stretched. A crinkling sound appeared under her arm before something sharp poked her. It was the picture. Guilt flooded over her as she studied the faces. She looked in the direction of the banging pots and pans. Studying the face of the young boy presented an innocence that was no longer present in the man he grew into. The light was still present in the younger Clifford's eyes. She slipped the photo underneath her lower back when he came bounding into the room. Why are you not in the shower yet? You never told me what we're supposed to be doing today, she said. No shame followed her as she put her nakedness on display. Noticing him staring, she twirled in a circle. Like what you see. I would like it better if it was fresh out of the shower and getting dressed. She crossed her arms over her chest, the chill in the room causing her nipples to harden. I'm not doing anything until you tell me what the plan is. I don't even have clothes. Mia didn't move after he disappeared until she jumped at the bag that landed at her feet. We're going on a road trip. Now hurry up and get clean so you can eat. Yes, Daddy. Clifford stopped in his tracks. His face was tight. I respect your father too much to allow you to call me that. It loosened. We need to meet again so I can reintroduce myself. We can do it when we get back. Her bottom hadn't touched the bed long before she heard, "That's not the shower." She read the sign aloud as they passed. Welcome to Hartford. Her head snapped in his direction. Isn't this dash? He held her hand. With the recent development in our relationship, I wanted to show you where I come from. He explained the history of the buildings he passed, some more than a century old, also pointing out his high school, church, and the local party spot. A right turn directed them into the parking lot of a small mom and pop restaurant. He stopped to talk to the man sitting on the porch before opening her door. Mia immediately noticed the change in the man's demeanor after he got a look at her. He turned his nose up and chewed more obnoxiously on his toothpick, spitting the shards into a pile on his right. His eyes were narrowed despite there being a cloud over the sun. She's not your usual type. The comment put her on the defense. She lagged behind a bit. Darker than what you usually show me, grandson. Stop it, Granddaddy, Clifford said. Where's your manners? In there with your grandma. What's your name, pretty girl? Mia Bishop. Mia Bishop, he repeated. Mia Bishop. You from down south, aren't ya? They don't make your color up here. Larry, shut your mouth. A white-haired woman, standing just under 5.5 feet tall, stepped out of the door. She slapped the back of the man's head. Don't mind him, dear. He's still stuck in the 50s. I tried to beat the prejudice out of him, but he's a tough sumbitch. You'll have to put me in the ground before I stop speaking my mind. That girl is dark. I didn't say I didn't like it or that anything was wrong with it. I'm just telling you what I see. He rubbed the spot she slapped. Now if I call you an ornery bit dash. You'll have too much dirt in your mouth to say anything else. She threw her arms around Clifford's waist. There's my favorite person in the whole word. Cliffy, I swear, either you're getting taller or I'm getting shorter. You're getting shorter, Larry said. He managed to dodge her slap. You get enough of trying to hit me. Or what? You gonna kill me like you did your first wife? I just might. Keep it up. She led the way into the building, which was small but comfortable. Don't mind my brother. She pointed at her temple and circled her finger. He's still stuck in the antebellum South. Don't take anything he says to heart. He doesn't know what he's saying. He's right about her being pretty though, Clifford said. Mia, this is my great Aunt Irene. She's the person I trust most in my life. Anne. I taught him everything I know about business. I hope you're hungry. She set a plate in front of each of them. I made your favorite. Clifford rubbed his hands together. She makes the best fried chicken. Mia laughed along between bites as Irene told her the most embarrassing stories of Clifford's childhood. She couldn't help but notice how at ease he seemed. It was the most she'd seen him laugh and smile. Not a word was mentioned about work or business aside from the state of the restaurant, which was doing extremely well. Thank you for that money, Cliffy. We start construction on the new place next week, Irene said. You coming to talk to Governor Mason sealed the deal on the permits. Mia waited until she disappeared to ask about the money. That was why I switched the money from the accounts. Aunt Irene's name is on the offshore one. He explained that she was his primary caregiver whenever his mother was incapable. She thought about the picture. Your name is going on it, Irene said when she returned. No, Clifford said. It's your place. Your name deserves to be on it. But if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't even have a restaurant to name. His name should be on it, right, sweetheart? She winked at him. Mia here is smart. So I know she's gonna agree with me. She felt the warmth of his gaze boring its way through the side of her face. It was a moment to not only ingratiate herself with a woman that meant so much to him, but to also take a poke at him. I agree with you, Aunt Irene. I'm actually surprised that Clifford doesn't want his name on it. We both know how much he likes to be the center of attention. They exchanged a high five. If you don't keep her, I will. After Irene disappeared, he pulled her into his lap and nuzzled his beard in her neck. You're supposed to be on my side. He was able to taste the gravy on her lips as he kissed her. You don't know how happy I am right now. If I'm being honest, I was a little scared. Of me kicking your grandpa out of that rocking chair? He nodded. Yes. I'll give him a pass because he's an old man. She pecked his lips. And I like you. A lot. Clifford pushed a stack of bills across the counter, his hopes of getting out of the door before Irene noticed dashed when she called his name. He winced as the stack slapped him in the chest. She cut him off before he had a chance to reply and didn't protest when she shoved it into his pocket. They both laughed when she peeled off a couple of bills. He said, I was just trying to show my gratitude. You want to show your gratitude, bring this one back to see me. She pulled Mia into a long embrace. I'm gonna give you my number, in case this one gets out of line. He has a lot of his grandfather in him. No, he doesn't, Larry said as he labored through the door. I know how to use my hands. I bet you he can't fix that leaky faucet in the bathroom. You can't fix the faucet. Can too. Irene asked, then why haven't you done it yet? I got more important things to tend to. Like keeping you from turning into a fat hog. He snatched the piece of toast before she had a chance to bite into it. Because you're my sister and I care about you and I love you. And you need someone to keep from blowing your brains out. That too. The trio exchanged hugs once more. Mia was half into the sunlight when Larry called her name. He scratched the back of his neck, his eyes trained on his shoes. I'm not crazy, no matter what Irene and Clifford tell you. I'm sorry for what I said earlier. I do think you're pretty. A long silence followed. Both Clifford and Irene's eyes bounced back and forth between them. I'd like to spend some time with you before we leave. I bet you we have more in common than you think. And you were right. I am from the South. She stood in front of him. Do we have a date? Larry raised his eyes, his head still down. Yeah. His gasped as she hugged him. Pretty and smells good. You gotcha a good one here, boy. You better do right. After a long day of visiting various family members, Clifford told her they had one more stop to make before going to the hotel. Mia picked up the picture and rested in her lap. She hadn't mentioned his mother for fear of his response, but she was definitely curious about the mysterious woman. Other than the trial, she hadn't been interested in who she was and the influence she had on him. Given Irene's personality, she assumed it was something along the same lines. Using the picture as a reference, she created an image of her, applying a few gray strands to her auburn hair and adding a few wrinkles to age her. She was still pretty and still had her vibrancy. She smiled at the thought of hugging her, becoming slightly nervous that she might come across as too anxious. She made a note not to say anything about the trial. Realizing that she hadn't thought about it their entire trip relaxed her. Clifford picked the picture up. Though he smiled, the corners of his eyes drooped. Not this time. She's not feeling too well. When did you see her? I have a friend of mine to check up on her weekly. That's the one I'm paying to keep my secret, he said with a wink. The tires gobbled up the gravel as they traveled up the long driveway. A modest colonial house awaited them. The white paint was cracking, allowing the maple-colored wood to peek from underneath. Two young boys were busy chasing the butterflies. Once they grew tired, the older of them situated himself in the tire swing, instructing his brother to push harder. They didn't become aware of the truck's presence until Clifford slammed his door. Uncle Cliffy. Clifford caught one of them of each arm. Their adolescent giggles perfectly complemented his deep guffaws as he spun them, their legs flailing in the wind. They took turns telling him about the day's accomplishments, catching a garter snake, making a clay volcano that exploded, and helping their mother make her famous double chocolate chip cookies, Benji, the younger brother, getting to lick the spoon. You know the drill, Clifford said. The boys formed a line. Chores? I mopped the floor, cleaned my room, put my clothes in the washer, and washed out the tub, the oldest brother, Dale said. Benji? I washed and dried the dishes, helped Mommy clean the kitchen, and I helped Dad change the oil. Clifford peeled off 6 bills from his signature stack. Homework? Done, both boys said. He peeled off another 2 bills. How long has it been since I've seen you? Benji gave chase to a lightning bug. 3 weeks. Clifford peeled off 6 more bills. He then dropped to a knee. I know I haven't been around much, but Uncle Cliffy has been working hard to take care of everybody. That'll change really soon. You see that lady sitting in my truck? They both peeked over his shoulder, Benji commenting on how pretty Mia was. She's my special helper. So I want you to put your best foot forward and be the gentleman I know you are. A mannish smile began to appear on Benji's face. He twisted back and forth in the mischievous way that children do when they stumbled onto a secret. Soon, his smile was taking up more than half of his face. You like her. I do like her. We're good friends. She's been a really big help. No. You like her. You want her to be your girlfriend. He ran off toward the house before Clifford had a chance to explain. Uncle Cliffy has a girlfriend. Uncle Cliffy has a girlfriend. Clifford handed Dale his portion of the money. Go get your dad for me. They did the secret handshake before he sent him off. There was no hiding how happy he was when he got back into the truck. Well, Benji knows about us. And he thinks you're pretty. 2 for 2. I'm doing pretty good on this trip, Mia said. He kissed the back of her hand. I'm glad you're having a good time. He explained that the man she would be meeting was his best friend. He might as well be my brother. He was there for me when he was there for me. Benji came shooting out of the house. He stood on his tippy toes, his tongue protruding from his lips as he pulled Clifford's door open. He wasted no time jumping into his arms, turning and squirming around as he tried to catch another lightning bug. Look what the wind blew in. The man stood half a head taller than Clifford, reaching a humongous 6 feet 8 inches tall. Benji looked even smaller as Clifford handed him over. He instructed the precocious little boy to fetch his mother, afterward pulling Clifford into a hug. His back slaps caused the birds to flee the trees. Didn't think you would be back so soon. Mia caught Clifford's glance in her direction. I had to come see the boys. He stepped aside. This is who I told you about. Jeremy looked at her twice. Wow. This is the lawyer. He hugged her instead of shaking her hand. TV doesn't do you justice. Removing his hat, he said, My name is Jeremy. You can call me any time this one starts acting up. Clifford's breath rushed from his chest after Jeremy's massive elbow pushed into his stomach. You been talking to Irene? Every day at lunch. Jeremy opened the door for them. Rachel just started dinner. Mia, I hope you like clam chowder. The familial atmosphere was something she'd been missing. Watching the family talk and laugh reminded her of her own childhood. Though she didn't have a sibling, the affection her parents rained on her daily more than made up for it. Being there, surrounded by the cheerful laughs and smiling faces, gave rise to questions of whether she wanted a family of her own. With her mind so focused on work, she hadn't even considered it. She thanked God that Darren didn't get her pregnant, the mere thought making her stomach flip. A swallow of lemonade turned her mouth back to sweet. She pushed the bowl away, her fourth, and patted her stomach. Did you get enough? Rachel asked. More than enough. And it was delicious. Thank you so much for making it. It's no problem. I'm glad we finally have someone to share it with. Movie time, Benji said. He pushed his chair back just enough to hop off, his tiny feet pattering on the tile as he ran into the living room. The TV came on shortly thereafter. Dishes, Benji. Can I do it after Dash? Now. His chin was touching his chest when he re-entered the room. He didn't make eye contact with anyone as he and Dale gathered the plates. How about I help, Mia said. You don't have to do that, Clifford said. Yeah, you don't have to do that. He's acting sad, but Benji loves washing the dishes. Any time that boy gets to be around water, he takes it. Jeremy pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, popping one between his lips. Cliffy, let's go out back and have a drink. Babe, you need anything else from me for the night? Rachel tapped her cheek twice. Can't forget that. He kissed it before kissing her forehead and expressing his love, Benji voicing his disgust afterward. I'm going to take a shower right quick, Rachel said. The boys will do whatever you tell them, so they shouldn't be much trouble. I got it covered. Mia waited until she was gone to enter the kitchen. She was impressed by how well the boys worked together, Dale washing and Benji drying, his small pink tongue making an appearance as he wiped circles around the center of the plate. She wondered if her kids would be that well behaved. And if they would get along so well. She had no doubt that they were a product of love between their parents. That gave her hope. How can I help, Phyllis? Dale pointed to the top shelf. Glasses go up there. Mom doesn't want us climbing the counter anymore 'cause Benji almost broke his neck. I slipped. But I'm okay now. Henry Ford would have been proud of their assembly line. They finished the task in less than 10 minutes. Benji hopped from his stool and pumped his fists toward the ceiling. Movie time. Grabbing Mia's hand, he led her into the living room, patting the floor next to him. These are all our movies. You get to pick since you're our guest. What's your favorite? Lion King, Dale said. We watched it the last 3 movie nights. Please, for my sanity, pick something with some action in it. He stretched out on the couch, tucking an arm under his head and closed his eyes. You better not be going to sleep. Just resting my eyes. Pick Lion King, Benji whispered. We watched it already. You know all the songs by heart. Mia sang along to Benji's rendition of Hakuna Matata. They eventually settled on How to Train Your Dragon. She granted him permission to sit in her lap and didn't resist when he pulled her arms around him. Within 15 minutes he was beginning to nod off. Another 10 passed before he began snoring. Happens every time. Dale's swift movements demonstrated that he was well versed in the routine. He switched the movie out for the Avengers. He then scooped Benji into his arms and skipped up the stairs to put him to bed. Mia, getting a glass of lemonade, was able to see the men from the back door, which was close enough for her to hear their conversation. Clifford passed the cigarette back to Jeremy, a plume of smoke bursting from his nose each time he coughed. She has no idea I smoke. And I don't plan on telling her anytime soon. I want her to continue to see me as a distinguished, cultured, and successful man that I am. It's just weed, dude. Everybody smokes down here. And that successful businessman isn't really who you are. You're still the same wild Clifford Knight. I read about you and your escapades. I've calmed down a little bit. Mia have something to do with that? He glanced behind him, taking a pull from the joint. Yeah. She does. She's not like the other ones. I know. You actually brought her here to meet us. Clifford punched him in the arm. You almost got me in trouble. She doesn't know I came back here. Lying already? That's not a good way to start a relationship, Cliffy. I'm guessing you're not planning on introducing her to your mother on this trip. It's not the right time. I don't think she's ready, Clifford said. Mia or your mom? Not having an answer, he pulled from the joint, holding his coughs in so as to not be too loud. I just don't want her to run. I think I see a future with her. Which is funny because I'm the one that usually makes a break for it. I haven't met anyone like her. I just want everything to be perfect. So after the trial's over? Yeah. You get it. Jeremy chuckled as he smoked. You always got the ladies, but you never understood them. They're actually a lot like us. They know when they don't like you and they know when it's not going to amount to anything, usually within 5 minutes of meeting you. If she was going to run, she would have done it by now. I'm sure you've given her plenty of opportunity. He passed the joint back, blowing the rest of the smoke over his head. I know it's hard for you, but you have to trust her. You can have the rest of that. I'm gonna try to catch Rachel before she gets out of the shower. He shot 4 invisible bullets as he backpedaled. What do you think of her? Clifford asked. I think she's the best thing that ever happened to you. Don't fuck it up, baby bro. She's gonna make you happy. Clifford took a long pull, holding the smoke in until he started to become lightheaded. Staring out at the pasture brought about a peace that had evaded him since he left the area. The quiet beauty that surrounded him took him back to the happy parts of his childhood, he and his mother taking weekly trips to the Hille spot where he thought he could see the whole world, where they spent the afternoon running around barefoot, chasing their dreams. Gratitude washed over him. For several years after the incident, he blamed the town, its small population and even smaller thinking, for what happened. He thought there was no escape, which was why he'd fought so hard to get out. The joint's cherry warmed his fingers. He took a final pull before flicking it into the darkness. The last remnants of the sun wished him a good night's sleep before disappearing behind the trees. Mia's arms tightened around Benji as he squirmed. She stroked his hair, half watching him, half watching the movie. She felt good knowing he felt so comfortable around her, being his second choice for comfort after he awoke from a dragon-filled nightmare. Clifford held a finger to his lips as he carefully lifted Benji. He helped Mia up, keeping hold of her hand as they climbed the stairs. They both gave him a kiss after tucking him in. He slipped the money he promised him underneath his pillow, leaving the door cracked after they made their exit. She fell onto the bed, propping herself up onto her elbows. You smell like weed. She laughed as he pulled different parts of his shirt to his nose. It's fine. Everybody smokes. Climbing next to her, he laid his head on her chest. I canceled the hotel reservation. I'd rather be here with your family anyway. I ever tell you how amazing you are? Not nearly as much as you should. She laughed into his mouth as she eased herself onto her back. Her legs spread, his body quickly filling the spot. Her moan resembled a purr as he massaged her through her pants. A thump preceded muffled laughter. The creaking wood sounded through the walls, along with faint whispers. They're gonna hear us. They're adults, Jeremy said. They're probably doing the same thing. Mia chuckled. This just got a little uncomfortable. She turned to face Clifford after he rolled to his side. She stared into his eyes as she combed her fingers through his hair. The boys are amazing. Everybody's amazing. They all love you. You ever think about having a family of your own? Clifford's jaw muscle appeared. I did once. But it's okay. It was just a question. She kissed him. The thumping grew louder. As did the voices. Pleasure-filled moans spilled through the vents. The ceiling fan began to rock. Mia and Clifford covered their mouths to quiet their laughter. Probably shouldn't have canceled that reservation.
Chapter 11. Mia felt like a new woman after the trip. Refreshed and renewed, her focus had returned to its previous levels. Having spent the previous 2 days preparing, her confidence was at an all-time high. The courtroom felt like her home once more. She purposely arrived an hour before the trial was supposed to start. After dropping her briefcase off at her table, she returned to the back of the room, reminding herself of how far she'd come. She compared her career to the progression of the rows, each one bringing her closer to her goal. She sat in one of the pews. Aside from the vantage point, the feel was different from sitting at the defense table. It wasn't accompanied by the pressure that came with being a defender of people's freedom, as her father affectionately called her. Thought I might find you here. Milton sat next to her. It's always amazing how large a few feet seems. We've gone from watching the action to being in the middle of it. You've come a long way. I'm proud of you. She waited for the but. There's nothing else. I'm just proud, and I'll be even more so after you win. A smile appeared on the half of the face she could see. You always liked being the underdog. Meaning, I think you dug this hole you're in on purpose, setting the stage for a major comeback. She couldn't control her grin. I'll never tell. You still underestimate me, Ms. Bishop. I already know. He groaned as he eased himself back to his feet. Oh, and about that picture. Her breath caught in her throat. Unable to look at him head-on, she spied him out the corner of her eye. What picture? The one you took from my office. He rested a hand on her shoulder, giving it a gentle squeeze. I was wrong. He's a good guy. You did the right thing choosing to defend him. You know our motto. Finish what you started, they said together. That's my girl. Get your mind right. Today's a big day. He kissed the top of her head. I'll be in my usual spot if you need some inspiration. Mia hadn't said a word for Rosario's questioning. She spent most of the time constructing her rebuttal. She looked down at Clifford's hand, watching his thumb as it traveled back and forth across her skin. Their renewed trust and establishment of their physical bond put her at ease. Worry didn't exist in her. Neither did fear. She felt freer than she had since the beginning of the case. Your witness, Rosario said. She held Mia's eye until she reached her table. She positioned herself so that everyone could see her. Mia could feel the anticipation beginning to build. She used the silence like a magic wand, calling everyone's attention to her. She used it to entrance them, knowing the longer she remained quiet, the more of their focus she would hold. She wanted their minds to wander. For the longer they did so, the more possibilities they would have to consider. More reason to doubt would be the result. Ms. Bishop, the judge said, are you okay? Turning on her heels, she responded with a cheeky grin. I'm more than okay, Your Honor. I'm spectacular. I'm in the best mood I've been in since I decided to take on this case because now I finally get to expose the prosecutors for the liars they are. Various people in the gallery shifted in their seats. The man sitting in the witness box shifted in his seat. He patted the sweat from his forehead. He circled his thumb vigorously around his glasses lens, looking through them twice before he was satisfied with their cleanliness. He was one of Clifford's most trusted CFOs, responsible for allocating funds to various projects that his companies were working on. His knowledge of the books were intricate, so much so that Clifford never questioned his methods, letting him work without any direction, something he took advantage of. Mr. Ross, what is your official title? Chief Financial Officer of Knight Development Enterprises. You're responsible for keeping track of the money regarding each project, Mia asked. Correct. Among other things. What other things? I make sure each project is properly funded. I, along with Jacob Locke, are also in charge of the company's bank accounts. She made her way to the stand, positioning herself so that he wasn't able to see Rosario. How would you describe my client, Mr. Knight's, leadership style? Hands off, Ross said. He puts a lot of trust in us. That's the foundation of our relationship. He made eye contact with Clifford. I thank him for that as I don't like being micromanaged. She asked if he'd ever broken, misused, or taken advantage of that trust, which he declined. She handed him a piece of paper. Would you explain what I just handed you? He took a moment to read it, his face turning visibly red. It's a transaction. It looks like money was taken from one account and put into another. That's not abnormal. What is the account that received the funds? A restaurant. The funds were added to fund an addition. Objection, Rosario said. Relevance. Sustained. Get to your point, Ms. Bishop. I'm getting there, Your Honor. She pointed to a highlighted portion on the paper, explaining to the audience that the information appeared twice, the only difference being the amount of the transaction. She asked him again if he'd ever taken advantage of Clifford's trust. No. Ms. Rosario was correct in accusing Mr. Knight's company of misappropriating funds, but per her usual tactics, she failed to suggest a culprit. You've heard Mr. Ross say twice that he hasn't taken advantage of Mr. Knight. It seems that 2 is today's number. She handed another paper to him. Mr. Ross, would you care to explain who Stephen Sampley is? He cleaned his glasses once more. I don't know who that is. You don't know your dead great-uncle? He stammered, going to wipe his glasses again. That's not gonna help you lie better. Mia made her way to the jury box. We've already established that Mr. Ross hasn't violated Mr. Knight's trust. You listened to him read that there were 2 accounts with the same name, but one just so happened to be under the name of his dead uncle. The only thing left to do is ask why. Why, Mr. Ross? Does that account exist? And what are you doing with the money you've been funneling into it? The crowd anxiously awaited his answer. He fidgeted as if ants were crawling on him. The fabric of his shirt dug into the lenses, leaving its mark. A large streak of sweat stretched across his arm after he wiped his forehead. Take you time in answering. We aren't in a rush. Tamara and Milton were waiting for her after the courtroom cleared. Tamara knocked the wind out of her as her shoulder slammed into her chest. Milton congratulated her with a couple of pats on the back and a stiff handshake. You killed that shit girl. The curse word caught the attention of the people walking past them. Don't act like you don't say the same thing at home. Stop it. What? I'm tired of people thinking they're better just because they don't do the same things outside. That's why I'm rooting so hard for you to win, she said to Clifford. Everybody hides money, especially where I'm from. They hide it in the mattress and the ceilings and the walls. They hide it in the floors. We get it. Mia pulled her to the side. Not having gotten the chance to update her on the trip, she decided to take advantage of her good mood. How was the trip? I've been dying to hear about it. As much as she wanted to, she couldn't contain her excitement. It was great. Everybody was nice. His nephews love me. His granddad is kind of prejudiced, but I think that's just his age. Other than that, I had a really good time. Tamara pulled her into a hug. I'm so happy for you. From their current positions, she was able to see the people coming in and out of the door. Her mouth dropped open, her arms tightening. I know you love me, but you're gonna crush me. So sorry. Noticing the change in her demeanor, Mia asked what was wrong. Following the trajectory of her gaze, seeing that she was staring at a red-haired woman. The longer she looked, the more she recognized the woman, or rather, the more familiar she seemed. You know her. That was the woman. What woman? Tamara said. That's the woman I saw with Clifford. When I was following Dash, she pulled her further into the corner. That's the woman. I heard you the first 2 times you said it. You're not mad. She peeked over Mia's shoulder, doing her best to spy covertly. What is she doing here? Clifford appeared, practically tearing Tamara's arms away as he explained that he and Mia needed to leave. He ushered her toward the rear of the building away from the building press crowd. His Tesla was waiting, the driver getting out as if the whole escape plot had been planned in advance. He was in such a rush that he didn't close her door before jogging to his side. Only after he threw his tie in the back did she notice the bags. Planning on going somewhere? He didn't answer, instead pressing the accelerator, causing them to speed out of the parking lot. Reaching the highway, he let the windows down and unbuttoned the top button of his shirt. You're not going to say anything. The press is getting out of control. Staying in a hotel is safer than staying in the city. His vague answer only fed her curiosity. What happened? Someone threatened me. I'm having some people take care of it, he said. He placed his hand on her leg. Everything's fine. I just didn't want to take any chances. Mia had been around him long enough to know when he was hiding something. Far too fidgety and evasive in his answers, he turned the radio up so that combined with the wind, she wouldn't be able to hear his answers and he wouldn't be able to hear her questions. He looked at her after she turned the radio down. Did you see that woman right before we left? There were a lot of women. You're going to have to be more specific, babe. The woman with the red hair. Real pretty. She came in after we were finished. His grip tightening around the steering wheel. He switched hands, holding it with his left hand as he ran the fingers of his right through his hair. All were indications that he knew exactly who she was talking about. In spite of this, he lied, claiming not to have seen her, going further by denying that he knew who she was. She made a mental note of the lies. Can we stop by my house? Not if we don't have to. We have to. I forgot my charger. And I need to get my toiletries. Clifford made sure she wasn't coming back out of the house when he pulled out his phone. It rang twice before a deep voice answered. What the fuck is she doing here? The prosecution put her on the witness list. She's supposed to testify first thing Monday morning. The horn honked after he punched it. He held the phone in his lap while checking the door and windows. Find out where she's staying. Get her whatever she needs. And be discreet about it. Hanging up the call, he fought his anger, doing his best from punching a hole through the roof. His chest heaved as he considered the worst possible scenarios, which took his mind to his conversation with Jeremy. All his effort to control the outcome was for naught. If he told her who the woman was, she would have called him out about lying about not knowing her. Allowing his mother to testify without telling Mia about her would be lying by omission, not to mention a blindside that could potentially lead to them losing the trial and, more important, why their breakup. He was stuck between an impossible situation and a less than impossible situation. She came back before he had a chance to make up his mind. She carefully situated the bag to ensure that the envelope didn't get crushed. Her plan was to confront him as soon as they reached their room. The hurt in her heart didn't come from the fact that he lied, but rather that she tricked herself into thinking that they'd turned a corner. Clifford held the door open as Mia shuffled inside. She dropped her bags at the foot of the bed before falling onto her face. Are you hungry? Her response was a series of incoherent mumbles. She listened as he ordered, wondering if he often ordered the same meal for the woman. Her mind strayed away from the plan, her heart convincing her to give him the benefit of the doubt, that the steps they'd taken in their relationship would nudge him toward honesty. More than anything, she wanted to believe that the information was wrong. I'm going to give you the best massage you've ever had after we're finished eating. You don't have to do that. He sat next to her, stroking her hair after she laid in his lap. You deserve it. You were brilliant today. Rosario loaded the gun. All I had to do was aim and shoot. Well, you hit your target dead on. He kissed her fingers before he lowered his voice. If I'm being honest, it actually made me quite horny. Is that right? His smile grew wider as he continued nodding. He chuckled as she climbed on top of him. He trailed his fingers down her neck, using a light touch as he began to unbutton her blouse. Very much so. I was doing my best to concentrate on what you were saying, but I couldn't keep my mind off what I wanted to do to you. And what exactly did you want to do to me, Mr. Knight? He flipped their positions. Do you want me to just tell you? Or can I show you? Show me? His head was buried deep in her cleavage when the knocking started. He groaned. They never come this fast. That was she said. Lust dripped from Mia's lips as she imagined their bodies intertwined. The image made her forget about confronting his deceit. Mia came out of the bathroom, humming, too busy drying her tresses to notice the changes that had taken place. The door closing pulled her into the moment. She dropped the towel upon seeing the red hue caused by the new curtains that were hanging. A faint cinnamon scent coated the air. Walking further into the room, she felt something soft sticking to the bottom of her foot. Peeling the rose petal away, she saw that the bed was covered with them. Clifford popped the cork on the champagne bottle and poured them both a glass. How was your bath? I'm thinking about redoing my bathroom at home just so I can get the same tub. You can always use mine. He handed her a glass and pulled her into a hug. I know I seemed abrupt and distant earlier. He looked into her eyes. I lied to you. Mia concentrated hard to maintain their sway. About what? The threat. I didn't mean to scare you, but I didn't want to ruin the surprise. 2 steps backward led him to the bed. He sat down, resting the glass next to his left foot, and pulled her between his legs. I know this just became serious, but I want you to know how happy I am to have you in my life. You're the first woman I've ever been with, I've ever met, period, that I can see a future with. I'm not perfect and I will frustrate you sometimes, but I promise that I will make it my mission to make you happy. She wanted to believe him, as he was saying something that she'd been longing to hear. I love you, Mia. You're the most important woman in my life, he said. You're the only woman I want. She stepped away. She couldn't take it, not another lie. Turning her back to him, she pushed the glass aside before pressing her palms into the dresser. I can't. What's wrong? The zipper screamed across their tracks as she ripped them open. She was holding the envelope to her chest when she turned to face him. I can't take you lying to me anymore. I'm not lying. I meant every word. I love you. You lied about me being the only woman you want. The envelope landed at his feet. Her anxiety made her restless, making it impossible for her to sit. I had Tamara follow you. I didn't want to believe it, but I can't deny the truth when it's right in my face. The candle's crackling was the only sound in the space. Clifford peeled the top bits as a time, his temple beginning to twitch the closer he got to freeing it. He didn't immediately look at the photos after he unearthed them. You had me followed. What happened to us trusting each other? I didn't know if I could trust you. You lied about transferring the money. That wasn't me. He rocketed to his feet. Her voice became shaky as her fear grew. And you didn't tell me about what happened to your dad. I couldn't. Because you didn't trust me, right? Even though I was your attorney and your girlfriend. He said, you weren't my girlfriend then. Now it was him pressing his palms into the dresser. The glass's condensation soaked into the edges of the photos. What are they? Look. Just tell me. She didn't respond. Clifford flipped the topmost picture over. His chest began to hurt. He flipped it back over, the heat of his breath warming his upper lip. The contents on the dresser shook after he pushed himself away from it. Damn it, Mia. This isn't what it looks like. You said that before. It's not. I can't explain right now, but I specifically asked you if you knew that woman, and you told me you didn't. You looked me in my face and lied to me. With him already having seen her in her fullest glory, she didn't hesitate to untie her robe. It pooled around her feet after she slid it from her shoulders. Removing a pair of jeans, she stepped into them, pulling a shirt over her head a second later. Murder, cheat, put profit over humanity. I can handle all of that. But I can't handle you lying to me or hiding things from me. Mia, please. Please what? Am I confused? Did I not hear you right? You said you didn't know her. Yet there you are holding hands, smiling, and laughing with her. Her knuckle began to ache after she jabbed the photo a second time. You won't even give me the decency of telling me who she is. I can't. That's not how a relationship works, she said. That's not how a relationship with me works. I should have known you were just like Dash. Don't you dare compare me to him. Clifford loosened his grip on her wrist. I'm not him. I would never hurt you. She yanked away from him. You already have. She brushed past him and managed to open the door a couple of inches before it stopped. She saw his arm in her peripheral. Dropping her eyes to keep from looking at him, she said, I want to leave. I can't let you. You don't have a choice. You can't keep me in here. If you just let me explain. I tried, Clifford. I tried to give you the benefit of the doubt. You don't know how hard it is for me to do that, especially after I have been let down by man after man after man. I opened myself up to you. I believed in you when my head warned me not to. And look what happened. You let me down just like them. You're no different. I was right at the beginning of the trial. You showed me the sleazebag you were and I didn't believe you. Shame on me. His swiftness didn't allow her enough time to react as he lunged at her. Clifford mashed his mouth against hers in what could be considered an attempt to swallow her whole.
Oh no, another love scene had to be taken out due to YouTube's policies.
If you haven't already, join the Romance Audiobook Insiders to learn how to get love scenes in future.
Link to join is in the description. Pause this and do that.
It's okay, we'll wait. Signed up?
Good, now back to the story.
Mia opened her eyes, smiling back at his thin grin. The man she saw the same on the outside, a different spirit roaring within. She felt the same spirit flowing within her.
Chapter 12. Mia woke up when the door closed. She rolled onto her back, letting out a sigh, feeling completely fulfilled. Standing, she relived a bit of the previous night's session, still feeling it between her legs. Her cheerfulness grew as she opened the curtains. The sun was bright, spreading its love to the people walking the streets. As much as she wanted to revel in the feeling, there was work to be done. She read the note that Clifford left aloud. "My love. You were sleeping so peacefully that I didn't want to wake you. Going out for breakfast. Don't worry, I remember your favorite. I love you more than you know. Cliff." Cliff. Definitely not giving our son that name. While pulling out her workout clothes, she noticed that the envelope was gone. She recalled the heated argument. Pulling out her phone, she called Clifford, instantly being sent to voicemail. She called him again, receiving the same message. As she sat on the bed, her mind began to race. Trust him, Mia. He wouldn't lie to you after last night. She dressed and headed out the door. Though the route was unfamiliar, she knew the area pretty well, the hotel in the center of downtown. She ran into a few people she knew, all of which congratulated her on her success. Stopping to stretch, the town car resting across the street caught her attention. Though there was nothing distinguishable about it, she couldn't help but feel that it looked familiar. She kept an eye on the people walking past it, her curiosity increasing each time a person neared it, her hopes dashed upon realizing that the trance cast by their cell phones was the reason for them veering in its direction. Just as she was about to take off, she noticed a man with his ball cap pulled low over his eyes. Everything about his demeanor suggested that he didn't want to be noticed. Coming out of the building, he rushed through the gap in the crowd, but wasn't quick enough to avoid the speedy biker. The crash resulted in his cap flying off. It was him. Her heart began to thump in her ears as her blood rushed. She dialed a number on her phone and once again it went to voicemail. Her fear slowly began transforming itself. The emotional side of her brain prompted to take a chance of running through the cars. The logical portion presented her a better idea. She stopped a taxi, pointing the car out after she got inside. Follow it wherever it goes. The first stop was Clifford's office building, his visit lasting less than 15 minutes. The second stop was the famous bakery, where he came walking out with 2 coffees and a large white box. The third stop was a small brownstone. Clifford got out, pulling his brim down and holding his shoulders next to his ears. He checked up and down the street before crossing it. After half an hour, the cabbie said, "I don't think he's coming out anytime soon. You seem like a nice woman. I don't want the meter to keep running up." She stared out the window for a little bit longer, begging him to come out. After another couple of minutes, she asked him to take her back to the hotel. Mia lowered herself into the water, pausing when it reached her chin. She took a deep breath before sinking deeper. Bubbles disrupted the surface as she screamed. Her fists moved in slow motion as she went to punch the sides of the tub. She continued screaming after she surfaced, tears flowing down her face as she cursed. Climbing out, she passed her towel, ignoring the breeze as she entered the room. Sitting on the bed, she crossed her arms and legs, determined to remain in the spot until he turned. She would have to wait an hour. Clifford's humming stopped immediately upon seeing her. "Hey, honey. Where were you?" He held up the box and the coffee. "Had to handle some things at the office. Did you get my note? It said you were going to get breakfast. Which I thought was sweet, then I thought about all the nice food this hotel has. But they don't have under West." She said, "Where else did you go?" "I had a couple of small errands to run. Running a business never stops." He set the items down before sitting next to her, removing his hand from her leg when she remained serious. What's wrong? I saw you. His face reddened. Saw me where? When you were out. Running your errands. I saw you. And I followed you. So I know you're lying. Again. Mia chuckled to herself as she paced. Squeezing the bridge of her nose didn't stop the aching in her forehead. I spent the last hour being mad, so I don't have the energy to scream or yell. So I'm going to ask you once and only once, where did you go and what were you doing? Clifford's head dropped. You're right. You went to see her, didn't you? I fucking knew no. I would never cheat on you, Mia, you know that. Do I? He hugged her, not letting her go until she stopped moving. I love you. I want to spend the rest of my life with you. I'm sorry I lied before, but I'm not lying right now. I was not cheating on you. Then tell me what you were doing. His chest deflated. I went to go see Rosario. Mia's eyes almost fell out of her head. You did what? What the hell were you thinking, Clifford? She was playing dirty and I was trying to get her to back off. You should have told me. I didn't want to worry you. I'm used to handling things on my own, he said. I'm your attorney. You're supposed to trust me. I'm sorry. That's one of the things I'm not good at. Silence followed. It was all for naught. She didn't listen to a word I had to say. Recognizing the apology in his eyes helped to calm her. I'm apologize for jumping to conclusions, but you shouldn't have done that. She sat next to him. What did you find out? The lady in the pictures, she's going to call her as a witness. I tried to convince her not to, but she must be important if you threatened the case. You're right. It was a terrible idea. I'm sorry. He ran his hands over his face, groaning into them. I'm messing everything up, our relationship, the case. Maybe I should plead guilty so we can put this behind us and move forward. You will do no such thing. If there's one thing you should know about me by now, it's that I don't lose. She raised his chin so she could look into his eyes. We'll figure this out. Well, I'll figure it out, but you know what I'm saying. His smile spread as he pulled her closer. How did I get so lucky to find you? You didn't. I found you, love. She packed his lips before retrieving a notepad and pen from her bag. She then took a swig from the coffee, spurting as the cold liquid eased down her throat. Order more coffee. It's gonna be a long day. What are you thinking about? Clifford asked. The case. I'm kind of sad that it's about to be over. It was fun. She reflected on all the happenings and how the case had come to represent a turning point in her life. Things were on the upswing. At least you get to keep me. Don't know if that's a good thing, but you're right. It's definitely a good thing. Clifford rolled over to face her. Like I told you before, I'm going to make you happy. And the one thing you know for sure about me is that I'm a man of my word. This is true. She stretched herself out. I am so gonna miss this bed. I'll buy you another one. You do know I never cared about your money, right? She asked. I'll just give it all away. Then I could be a stay-at-home dad and you can be the breadwinner. That's what all you modern women want these days, right? I didn't say that. Besides, you have enough money that we could both be stay-at-home parents. He propped himself up on one of his elbows, using his index fingers to move a curl behind her ear. We can have whatever kind of life you want. We can be here, on an island, or living in a box. I don't care as long as I'm with you. Mia's face screwed. I'm not going to pretend like I'd be happy living in a box, but I appreciate the gesture. He nuzzled his face in her neck before pulling her on top of him. You always have to be so difficult. I wouldn't be me if I wasn't. And I wouldn't love you nearly as much. I love you too, old man. I'll show you how old I am. He rolled on top of her, their laughter filling the room. The press mob was waiting for them when they arrived. Clifford walked with an air of confidence as he went to open her door. Mia breathed in the fresh air as she stepped out of the car. Their love shielded them from the onslaught of questions that the reporters threw at them. The camera flashes that blinded them formed a spotlight that they were more than prepared to withstand. They only saw each other as they slid their fingers between one another. You two look stronger than ever, a reporter said. Would you say that the trial brought you closer together? Mia said, most definitely. It's kind of like renovating a house. You want to kill each other while you're going through it, but you appreciate each other more than ever when it's over. Clifford, do you agree? You heard the lady. He took the lead, the crowd parting as they made their way up the courthouse steps. The gallery was clamoring with anticipation. The atmosphere was thick with a mixture of tension and excitement. Even Rosario was swept into it, repeatedly asking the bailiff when the judge was due to show. Mia and Clifford remained quiet, only speaking to remind each other how much they loved one another. After 20 minutes, the bailiff said, "All rise." The courtroom grew deathly quiet as the judge marched in. You may be seated. Ms. Rosario, if you're ready, you may call your witness. She took a moment to collect her thoughts. As she went to set her glass down after taking a drink, her confidence returned to its normal level upon seeing the name. Your Honor, I'd like to call Janet Knight. Hoping Mia would flinch, she was disappointed upon seeing her arrogant grin. As did the rest of the people in the room, Mia looked toward the doors. Catching Tamara's eyes, she winked. Janet held her head high as she made her way to the stand. She ignored the whispering, concentrating on Clifford's face after she was sworn in. Rosario said, Ms. Knight, would you please state your relationship to the defendant? I'm his mother. Your husband was Martin Knight, also known as Marty Knight. Correct. Would you please describe your relationship with your husband, Rosario said. Former husband. Excuse me. Please describe your relationship with your former husband, whom your son, the defendant, Clifford Knight, murdered. Everyone looked to Mia, expecting her to object. Just as she had done before, she accepted the attention. She had nothing to fear because she was prepared. She and Clifford had spent the late hours of the previous night having a tell-all. On their handshakes and words, they were completely open and honest with one another. This trust fueled her, igniting the fire that she began the case with. She rolled her tongue around the top of her mouth, expecting to taste blood. With none present, she didn't mind settling for Rosario's. This was her moment to not only put any doubts about her competency as attorney to rest, but also prove that she was the best of the best. This was her opportunity to knock her opponent down a few rungs and vault herself into the atmosphere shared by the greatest attorneys of all time. I'm his mother. I raised him and loved him. How well could you raise and love him while you were on drugs? From all the addicts I've come across, their desire for drugs usually overtake the desire to take care of their family, Rosario said. No one knows what it's like to be addicted to something unless they were themselves an addict. Mia said, I love her already. I told you, Clifford chuckled. Janet had always been the source of his strength. During their visit, after they'd gotten drunk, she broadened his perspective, which had previously been that she'd failed to protect him. She explained that she took the brunt of the punishment so he wouldn't have to. He was barely able to listen as she described the beatings that took place when he wasn't home, finding that she kept him in sports to also keep him out of harm's way. Within her was a strength that he mistook for passivity and acceptance, perhaps even preference of the situation. In reality, she'd been waiting for the moment to strike back. And it had finally arrived. A dead man can't defend himself. She had no plans to hold any punches, just like he never did. "Tell us about the night your husband was killed," Rosario said. "I don't have any specific details because I wasn't there." "And why weren't you there?" It was one of those occasions where Marty had started drinking early and was passed out by the time the sun went down. "I used the opportunity to take a mini vacation." "A few hours doesn't really seem like a vacation," Rosario said with a laugh. "Any time away from abuse feels like a vacation." Rosario's lack of answer enhanced the silence. Clearing her throat shattered it, as did her gulps as she drank. "Why should we believe that you were abused? In the only police report you filed, you said that it happened on a consistent basis. But yet, you only told the police about it once." "Do you want me to tell you some stories now?" Janet asked. "I've got plenty." "Please, do tell." Mia held Clifford's hand, scooting herself to the edge of her chair to be closer to him. She didn't see him flinch, but she knew of the struggle that was taking place inside of him, feeling his pulse pound against her thumb as she rubbed across his wrist. His grip tightened on the particularly gory memories. One day, Marty decided to up his game. Janet seemed to be beginning to crack, her hand shaking as she brought her glass to her lips. Her eyes connected with Clifford's. Mia felt him quiver as she placed her hand on his leg. She felt him stiffen as she ran her fingers along the edges of the scar. Though she never mentioned it, given his reaction the first time she came across it, she'd always wondered about it. She then realized that it was the possible reason why they always had sex in the dark. Janet said, "He decided to do it when I was asleep. That way I couldn't protect Clifford." "Do what?" Rosario asked. "He used a hanger to cauterize his initial in my son's leg." Janet stared at the ceiling. Tears were streaming down her face when she brought her head back down. "His screams woke me up. But I couldn't stop it because Marty tied me to the bed. I had to listen to my son scream for me and beg his father to stop. And I couldn't do anything about it. I assume you don't have children, so you will never know that pain. Maybe you ask the addicts you know about that." Mia saw the blood drain from Rosario's face. "Would you like to hear any more stories?" Janet asked. She cleared her throat as a means of regaining her composure. "No, but I would like to ask if you think your son, the defendant, Clifford Knight, was justified in killing your husband." Janet took a breath, calm washing over her. An arrogant grin appeared on the right side of her mouth, almost as if she had been waiting for the exact question. Her posture relaxed. She drank so that there would be no misconstruing her words. "My son did what any son would do. He stopped a man that was hurting his mother. Again, if you had a son, or a child for that matter, you would understand the bond that exists. Clifford Knight, my son, is not a murderer. If a fly is bugging him, he will hurt it. He is a man before anything else, and a man's job is to protect those he holds in his heart. Because of the misconceptions and outright lies that have been told about him, I haven't seen him on a consistent basis since he left. And that was 20 years ago. This trial has brought us back together. For that, Ms. Rosario, I thank you. My son is not a murderer. I'm not afraid to say that I wouldn't consider him to be my son if he hadn't done what he did. It's because of that man. She pointed directly at him. That I am able to be sitting in front of you here today. Clifford Knight, the man that I raised, put his father down to save my life. What happens to a dog when it attacks its owner? You get rid of that sumbitch with a bullet to the back of his head. Rosario didn't move, stunned to silence. Her knees weakened, causing her to teeter. She managed to catch herself on the table. The roles had been reversed. Mia did nothing to hide her amusement. The judge asked, "Are you okay, Ms. Rosario?" "I'm fine," she sniped. "No more questions." "You're a witness." "I don't have any questions, Your Honor," Mia said. He instructed that they would take a 10-minute recess before starting closing statements. Tamara was waiting for Mia when she walked out of the courtroom. She yanked her into the bathroom, not giving the woman that followed any excuse before shoving her out and locking the door. She then slapped her arm. "Why didn't you tell me that was his mom?" "I didn't know until last night," Mia said, laughing. "Feel better now?" "Hell yeah. I thought I ruined your last shot at happiness." She used her shoulder to block Mia's punch as she giggled. "But for real though, I felt bad. I like you and Clifford together. And his mom. Girl. She's a bad by dash. Watch it. Let's at least get to know the woman first." Tamara asked, "You ready to bring this thing home? Add another win to that streak?" "Damn right." She tapped her fists on the top and bottom of Mia's. She then rubbed her hands together. "I can't wait to hear what you're gonna say. I know you got something gangsta planned. Drop a line or something." "You know I can't do that. A magician never reveals his tricks." Mia asked for some alone time. She splashed some water on her face and washed her hands. Setting the timer on her phone for 2 minutes, she stared into her eyes. A physical and mental transformation had taken place. There was a glow to her skin and peace in her mind. The headache that had been lingering since the start of the trial was no longer present. Power swirled around in her chest. All the pressure that she placed on her shoulders melted as she realized that she had nothing to prove. After years of searching, she finally found what she needed to fill the void in her spirit. Love. She had complete, genuine, and unconditional love. She smiled, the light reaching her eyes. "You've already won, lady. This is just icing on the cake. Go do what you do best. Bring this thing home." The timer went off. Mia washed her face and hands once more. She then gave herself a final smile. While walking back to the table, Mia saw all the faces of the people she loved: Milton, Tamara, her mother and father. She connected eyes with Clifford. She saw his belief and trust in her. Her confidence produced a golden glow around her, which halted the audience's conversation, calling their attention as she walked by. The judge banged his gavel. "Ms. Rosario, when you're ready, you may start your closing statement." Mia was too caught up in envisioning her future after the trial to listen to a word. The images put her at ease, reinforcing the idea that no matter what happened, she'd already won. She pictured her and Clifford's beautiful babies laughing helplessly as they chased the butterflies with Dale and Benji. She pictured waking up, only leaving the warmth of Clifford's arms to enjoy a cup of coffee in the warmth of the sun. The images brought about questions of how long she would practice law. Though she'd never been one for traditional gender roles, Clifford's money presented a modern take on the old arrangement. "Ms. Bishop," the judge said. "Ms. Bishop, are you ready? Is she done already?" The gallery laughed, her loved ones laughing the loudest. She felt as if she was floating as she walked to stand in front of the jury box. A few of them smiled back at her. Closing her eyes, she breathed deep. Complete focus reigned supreme when she opened them again. If you don't remember how this trial started, I'll give you a quick rundown. She described how she'd called him a sleazebag and detailed all the gaps due to her not feeling so well. She reminded them of the revelation of various bits of shocking information. I'm exhausted, so I know you all must be. I can tell you right now you deserve more than the minimum wage that you're being paid. I'd like to take this moment to thank you for your dedication, your time, and your open mind. 3 steps backward gave the jurors a complete look at her. Everything about Mia's posture exuded confidence. Her gaze didn't waver as she spoke. Prosecutor Rosario has done a good job of muddling what this trial is really about. I have no doubt that she's successfully convinced many of you that my client is a murderer. Even if he was, that isn't what this trial is about. This trial is about Mr. Knight's handling of his company's funds. More specifically, it's about his character and the reputation that he's so painstakingly built. From the ground up, might I add. Objection, Rosario said. Can we keep this from dragging on, please? Overruled. You had your turn, Ms. Rosario, and we all sat through it. I won't be long, I promise, Mia said, looking back at her. What has been proven throughout this trial is how much my client, Mr. Knight, cares about the people he loves. He even tried to make a deal with Prosecutor Rosario, behind my back, to keep his mother from testifying. I, for one, am ecstatic that she didn't take it. A few of the gallery agreed. Even Janet, flashing her teeth. In the time that I've spent with Mr. Knight, he's proven himself to be nothing other than a stand-up, passionate man. At the beginning of the trial, I called him a sleazebag. That was a preconception. Now I see him for what he really is. And it's the same thing I know you all see when you look at him. And that is a man who used a tragedy that would break most of us to propel himself to a level of success that the majority of the world will never reach. All the while, he managed to continue to love the people and place that are constant reminders of that tragedy. I ask you wonderful people to see the strength and compassion that resides in this man. He didn't hide any money. He didn't murder anybody. But what he did do is protect what he invested his heart and mind into. How can a man really be a man if we punish him for what he's been called to do? Mia made sure to look all of the jurors in their eyes before walking back to her seat. Giddy, she forced herself to sit, pressing her thighs into the underside of the table to keep them from shaking. The judge dismissed everyone after giving the jury their instructions. Mia separated herself from the crowd, the full weight of her emotions hitting her, tears forcing themselves from her eyes. Her sobs gave way to laughter as she realized that she'd finished what she started. 2 taps on her shoulder called for her attention. Janet's gray eyes bored into hers. She hugged her as soon as she stood. Thank you so much. You did most of the hard work for me. She held Mia's face for a few seconds before hugging her again. The rest of the clan joined them, all of them taking turns to congratulate Mia on a job well done. The student has surpassed the teacher, said Milton. He bowed 3 times. The wait for the verdict seemed endless. Mia and Clifford found a spot where they could be alone. She said nothing as she rested in his arms. Is it wrong of me to want to take you in the bathroom? He said. Yes, but only because I wouldn't be able to be as loud as I want. I'm so proud of you. Thank you for not giving up on me. He held her tighter. Thank you for not giving up on us. Guess you made the right choice in not firing me. Mia was just waking up from a nap when a commotion began to build. After 4 hours, the jury was back. The same excited tension filled the courtroom as it did when the day started. Mia and Clifford stood on the judge's direction. On the count of money laundering and tax evasion, how do you find? We the jury, find the defendant, Clifford Knight, not guilty on all counts. The room broke into an uproarious applause. Clifford lost all composure, grabbing Mia's face and pulling her in for a long sloppy kiss. The gavel bangs were barely able to cut through the clapping and cheering, the judge threatening contempt. The celebration flowed into the hallway as court cleared out. Rosario managed to catch Mia before she walked out. She offered her hand. You did a great job. I'll be seeing you again. Mia brushed past her, leaving her standing there with narrowed eyes and her mouth agape. Clifford's face glowed with pride as he held Mia's hand. Per their usual routine, the press was ready with questions when they walked out of the building. Ms. Bishop, was the case ever in doubt? Ms. Bishop, that was an inspired closing remark. Did your relationship have something to do with that? Mr. Knight, was there ever any doubt that Ms. Bishop would get the job done? Mr. Knight, will we be seeing more of you and your mother together? He showed his command, silencing them by raising his hand. Clifford wrapped an arm around Mia's waist, pulling her closer. As you can guess, I'm more than happy with the outcome. And yes, I knew that Ms. Bishop and I would come out victorious. I have an announcement that I'd like to make. He took both of her hands in his. Mia, you have seen me through one of the hardest times in my life. You've rebuilt my ability to trust. To say the least, my life wouldn't be the same without you. He removed a small box from his pocket. I've been secretive, which has almost ruined us, but it was for a good reason. Mia covered her mouth as he dropped to one knee. The sudden moisture burned her eyes and distorted her vision. I love you, Mia Bishop, and I want the world to know. Will you marry me? She nodded multiple times before her voice returned. Yes. Her legs flailed like Benji's when he spun her around. Flashbulbs appeared all around them as they kissed. Mr. Knight, you've been exonerated and now you're newly engaged, a reporter asked. What's next? It doesn't matter as long as I have her. He scooped her into his arms and carried her to the car. Inside, a bottle of champagne and a couple of glasses were waiting for them. Pouring the glasses, he handed her one. To us. To forever. They shared a drink and kiss, the past fading into the rearview, the sun shining bright on the future ahead. The end.
If you want more BWWM romances like this, please, my love, be sure to subscribe to the Romancely YouTube channel. I look forward to spending more time with you. Subscribe and let's make it happen.